Hello, one and all, and welcome back to Sunless Sea. By me once forgetting to do some announcement stuff. Hold up. We do that. And we do that. We hop on off back over here, and yep. Make sure my camera is in the right spot. Actually, pretty decent. Alright, as I said, welcome back once and all to Sunless Sea. When last we left off, we had our very first captain retire. Shockingly, they made it to the very end. But I decided that wasn't gonna be quite our full end to matters here. Romantic literature just sitting around. That was not to be the full end of our journey. For there's one thing left for us to do. And that is I want to go through Avid Horizon. For doing such will lead us off quite nicely into sunless skies. And thus, our main goal to achieve, and whatever monetary stuff we can do to support our way, is to complete the requests of the merchant venture. We do this once before already. We are now doing it again. But this time, we do not balk at the way through. Oh no, no. This time, we will be heading into the breach. Pardon me, one could say. And that is something I haven't done. Not done a lot of the other endings to things. Generally because I keep on trying to do it and the actual objectives. For better or worse. But it is fine. For as I said, we will be going through here. And we will be making sure we have all that we need. Which, on that note, okay. Gonna say I was just remembering something, and I was correct in what I want in that respect. That minor detail being we do need a Syrian Enigma as well, and I should mark that down before I get too ahead of myself. I don't know if we have a Syrian Enigma already. Enigma. But I will mark that down for the list because that'd be silly to get that far and be like, oh, well, blast. Not that way, that's for damn sure. That seems to be one of the... Definitely not that one. Deliver that. No. I think our best bet might honestly be Nuniko of all places. Yeah, that might be our better bet. Alright, what do we need for Nuniko again? And shockingly, Nuniko, that old little storyline, might actually be our best bet. For getting our Syrian Enigma. Not that one. What do we need for Nuniko again? Flare flare, 5 foxfire candles. Okay. Flare, 5 foxfire candles. Yet the very end of the storyline in Nuniko does give us that. And that seems like a good place to any. However, first things first, we seem to have a sweetheart deal going on here. An unexpected letter. We have seen this one before. A letter from you. When I next return to London, I'll bring an additional recruit. Your child. Your infant is born at sea. You take to your cabin for a much shorter period than the ship's doctor would like. You are walking long before you should, but you have a ship to run. You have a child, look after them, and they may become a scion, allowing you to take 2 legacies. Although, we do have that. New arrival, you, your sweetheart, and your child. What will your child call you? Nothing at all. The wee bit rude. Oop. And treat it gently. Yes, indeed. And that'll help with our terror management. I say coldly as... I say a bit coldly, just like, yeah, that'll help with our terror. As if the kid is purely mechanical. No. Let us not think in that terms. Did past Narem do good? Far as I can tell. Except for restocking up on matters. That past Narem did not do. Let us buy fuel. For fuel is what we will need. And a flare. A flare we will need, as I just denoted. Candles, I think we can get better down south. Better prices, at least. So if we find the port, then we can get cheaper candles there. I'm all on board for cheaper candles. Yeah, poor Carnelian. Did we find... Yes, we did find Nuncio. Excellent. Okay. Let us set off. For we have been given our options this time around for the merchant venture. And our options are either 7 lamentable relics or a fluke core. And now, with the weaponry we do have, as in the best weaponry we can get, and even with the frigates compared to the dreadnought, we should be able to handle that. The Lorn Fluke. And where we want to look around, so that we don't have to face the savage Lorn Flukes, is the Fathom King's Hold, which actually works out for us really well. This winds up being, we're gonna go south, hit up the canal, just to get that strategic information, because we might as well. Hit up the Iron Republic for cheap fuel, just kind of stock up. Swoop down to Port Carnelian, where we will get maybe a little bit more supplies. Check to see if the candles can be bought there. If not, to Adam's Way we shall head. And then we can just kind of swoop up to the Fathom King's Hold area. Find a Lorn Fluke to mug. And then head up to Nuncio. Totally missaid that in. I know I spelled it right there. I just keep on mispronouncing Nuncio. Nuniko. That would be with those 2 reversed. They are not reversed. So yes, let us swoop down with our good old reliable frigate, the Horizon's Edge, and let us continue our journey to the Horizon's Edge. And beyond. and very, very beyond. In that respect, yes, the Fluke Core will definitely help us. It's honestly as good moolah, and B, it will get us places. 100%. Ding. Moments pass. The ship slides into dock. Something has changed on Mutton Island? Fires on the hillside. Last minute preparations. Mutton... Last minute preparations, huh? I think I might have, shockingly, got a different Mutton Island event than I usually get. Well then. Mutton Island bustles. Villagers scurry on countless errands, and the smell of baking fish wafts from ovens. Ugh. Not a fan of cooked fish. Don't know why. Just something about it. Locals touch up the whitewash on their cottages. Bunting crowns the village. Down on the shore, a band practices. And beyond, among the rocky shoals around the island, drownies begin to congregate. Ask about... Sorry, much too busy. A royal visit. You look for someone else. In the way. You manage to get a few moments' attention from the custodial chef. It's the Fruits of the Z festival, he tells you. The 30th. 30 were promised. 30 delivered. Now, his complexity comes to visit our fair island. He turns to a hurrying fisherman who struggles under a mound of bunting. Is that all there is? More bunting, he screeches. More bunting. You'll get nothing from Mutton Island at the moment. You know, oddly fitting that this occurs because, in Fallen London, the actual Fruits of the Sea Festival is indeed going on. What do you know? What do you know? Something has changed on Mutton Island? You've lost 5 terror. You've gained a Z story. You've gained an intriguing snippet. The Fruits of the Z. Mutton Island has been preparing for the Fruits of the Z festival. Quaker's Haven is quiet. Is the festival over? Something is wrong. Where is the chimney smoke? Where are the people? After the festival, Mutton Island rests silently under the false stars. No smoke rises from the chimneys. No feet tread the streets. No ruddy-cheeked locals trade rustic aphorisms on the jetty. What has happened? Explore the shore. What's that on the beach? Investigate the Cock and Magpie. It was the heart of the village once. Investigate the hill. A hunched shape looms on the hilltop. Explore the village. You wander through the empty, winding streets. Seaweed hangs from window sills. Thatches are sodden. Drenched bunting hangs limply from the eaves. Compose a port report, brief though it might be. Explore the shore. What's that on the beach? Laces and soles. Shoes litter the length of the shore and bob in the signed surf. Sunday best boots. Solid farmer shoes studded with hobnails. Small, neat children's shoes with gleaming buckles. Wherever the inhabitants went, they went barefoot. Investigate the Cock and Magpie. It was the heart of the village once. Drunk dry. Most of the brasses still hang on the beams, but now they're joined by the incongruous studding of barnacles. Behind the bar, the floor is littered with empty bottles. You test the beer kegs, also empty. The cellar is flooded with 3 feet of Z-water. Drowned rats float slowly across the surface. Investigate the hill. The effigy. The hill is strewn with dead fish. Silvery scales shine under your lamp. Glassy eyes glint. You come across the old stone well and peer in. The water is high. A salt reek rises from it. On the hilltop, a wicker figure stands. When it was built, it must have been 10 feet high. Now it is slumped and sagging. The papier-mâché of its skin has sogged away, but it still wears a knobbly crown of coral. Entertain your crew's terrified speculations. Each of them has a theory about what happened on the island. You'll notice this kind of shows, like, some different modifiers for the heirs of Mutton Island, which is interesting. Mutton Island is blockaded. The Connaight's flag flies over Mutton Island. Mutton Island is having a party. You are exploring Mutton Island. You are exploring Mutton Island. Interesting. There's a lot of different stuff that can potentially happen to Mutton Island as far as I'm aware. And I usually get that other one. The event that has a whole bunch of shiny-eyed marines, which I feel possibly ties to the Dawn Machine and the like. At least, that's my usual speculation on that. That's the one I seem to always bloody get. This is the first time I've gotten a different Mutton Island event. And it feels like something happened with the Drownies. That's my feel. Explore the village. No one's home. You check house after house, and don't find a soul. The carpets squelch underfoot, oozing seawater. The curtains drip. No valuables have been left behind. No jewelry, no heirlooms. But there is still cutlery in the drawers, plates and bowls stacked in the damp, stinking cupboards. Something rattles in a coal scuttle. You tip it over, and a crab crawls out. It peers around, clearly lost. Gain some more terror. Heirs. Compose support report, brief though it might be. Little to report. Still here. Still stolen. Empty as the politician's promises. What's this, I wonder? I don't have a heavy use for Z stories, so I might as well find out. Each of them has a theory about what happened on the island. Unlikely tales. A sprightly deckhand blames Storm. He's always gusterin' and busterin' around here. The islanders must have angered him. A craggy crewman shakes his head. No. If it were that well of theirs, there was something waiting in the bottom of it, and it finally climbed out. Scoffs a solemn stoker. Mark my words, this is the work of the Fathom King, and his complexity only takes what's offered. that guy, I think, is the guy who's right in this circumstance. The whale is, well, a different matter. Let us speak no more upon it, and to not bring upon their wrath. But yes, we have exchanged 3 of our sea stories into 4 tales of terror. And apparently that's just a way to convert that. Everything else just induces terror. So, Mutton Island in Quaker's Haven currently lies eerily empty. And as I said, it feels to me that this ties into the Drownies. The Festival of the Sea has always had sort of connections to the Drownies, circumstances that are tie them in together. And based upon the shoes in the water and the sodden, Z-ridden state of everything, it feels like they perfused themselves to the Drownies and then just wandered into the Z. Just keep in mind, Drownies are those who have drowned in the Neath, for that is the Fathom King's domain. And they are not always the most pleasant bunch. Port report, Admiralty Commission, surface gossip. Hey. Alright, onwards. Further away from that eerie place. About to say grave. It's not necessarily a grave, but it sure as hell feels like one. It sure as hell feels like one. So, let us leave there. Also, I have to say, that felt really quick to me for something to happen to Mutton Island. That felt really quick. Immensely quick. I'm sure I have explored a few areas, but that's because I've been foolishly just roaming around with no regard for any safe being. But, the matters of the sea does not interest our fair captain here, except those that are pressing and stands in the way of their joint venture off elsewhere. We are not getting a port report unless that's to preserve. We are here for a touch-up on fuel. And we should just go, oh, right. Okay. I always forget. When you have a big ship, Van Horn Harbor is a wee bit crowded to get through. To get out. You have to make an immediate turn. An immediate one. Alright, forward and onwards, and sure, let's zoom up because I have the suppressor. Because I kept on trying to blow myself up without it, and did blow myself up at one point. We do not like accidentally blowing ourselves up. The Grand Geode should be somewhere around here. I figured I'd just stop by for the hell of it. And it is right there. Like, oh, I'll see the bat goes away. See it in the corner right as the bat reports. Yes, indeed, bat. You saw it, all right. It was right below me. Right, turn in, and dock in. Something waits us in port, but the Marines are watching. For someone in authority. Lost some terror that we gained from Mutton's Island. Sunstroke and the Menaces of the Sun. And now, we can get this officer back. Engage an officer, the Carnelian Exile. A dark-speckled woman marches up to you in some haste. Captain, take me with you. I am no longer welcome here, and I will show you where we need to go. You just get her for free here. I might have hired her upwards last time. I don't remember. Welcome aboard. Here I am. A ship, I suppose, is both always here and never there, because there becomes here. I'm dragging her off. Well-spoken and a little mystical. How much does she see? More than one could understand. Mirror's a veil of Mirror's pages. I definitely want a little bit of boost to that. So, I'll swap her in for the time being. And make our way to Port Carnelian. Because there's nothing else for us here. And now if we're doing any colony-related stuff, the Grand Geode route is my usual route for that. Okay, how am I just exploring in the dark void? Discover something, please, game. Appease me. Okay, thank goodness. It was starting to bug me a bit. It's like, how am I just in the void of darkness? How? Save me from the darkness that becomes. But oh, it's fine, it's fine. We've discovered things, and we're probably going to discover more things buzzing along the coast. I said corpse. It's not a corpse, it's a coast. It awaits once more in port. We shall be rolling into Port Carnelian. Hopefully for some candles. Okay, there we go, a little bit more explored on the map. I'm being as fickle with it, but I still want a little bit of room to work with. To see things, so I don't have to just guess matters. After all, they are tigers, indeed. Hey, some echoes. Sapphire Exchange. Okay, okay. We can sell our romantic literature here. That'll work for me. However, we will need to buy the candles. Off in Adam's Way, then, in this case. The stalls are almost the same as Wolfstep. So are the sounds. The scents are utterly different. Sapphire Exchange. Actually, this place is indeed mostly sapphires. I'm not joking. It is mostly sapphires. We're actually about to go through supplies, so we'll just snag another one. So we need indeed to go to Adam's Way. Now I could just try to head straight there, but there is both a waxwind and the birds right there. We want nothing to do with either of those propositions. And definitely not the birds while slowed by a waxwind. So, bugger that noise. We're taking a detour up. Just a wee bit up. Birds, hello. So in other news, while we're just traveling around here in the sea, I got most of my new... I pretty much have most of my new peripherals set up, all set and going. Got my new keyboard today, getting very much used to that. And its intricities. And all I'm waiting for is the longer cable for my new headphones. After that, well, I've got things pretty well set up how I want them to. On more birds. More birds. Saying, other than that, I pretty much have most things set up how I want them to. Obviously, of course, my computer is still not the most up-to-date computer, but she'll do, and that'd be a lot more expensive endeavor to work upon. And this already wasn't exactly what I consider the cheapest, but it's fine. Solid investments into the future. And stuff I hadn't bought more of in a long time. It's definitely been a while since I've considered the note of, like, keyboard, mouse, camera, and the like. Microphone, headphones too. Actually, my headphones aren't old. They're just simple, and I could go with much better. In which wound up being this and my current new mic. Should be a much better system for streaming purposes, and I'm happy with it. Oh wow, right down on Adam's way. Well, I'm glad the Waxwind decided to be generous in this accord. Other than having to zoom by that Republican dreadnought. Don't mind us. Or do not mind us. We're just gonna dock. Parabellum in here. I feel in supplies for costlier, but this is what we're predominantly here for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was 5 right? Yes, it was. We have 5 candles and a flare. And that will serve us well. As a few are both more expensive here. Let us actually just breeze through here so we can get a port report. Like, not like we need much else here. No more than one port report. Please. And a port report. At our luck. Answer truthfully. We shall do that again. An unexpected tactic, because I am amused by it. He blinks in surprise. Goodness, I must admit, I expected you to lie. Never mind, never mind. Knowing you as well as I do now, he studies his notebook, too embarrassed to meet your eye. I think we can do business. We have a lot of secrets. I should use some of those to raise stats. Accept the commission. It's just a snuffer deal. I figured, hey, I might as well. I'm here. Oh, hey, look at that. The Presbyterian Adventuress. A tall woman in a salt-kicked Royal Navy uniform is methodically shooting giant land snails off a chunk of fallen statue. You approach. She lines up another shot. Leave her to her snails. You're not looking for any crew just now. Engage the officer, the Presbyterian Adventures. Again, we hired her last time in London. Apparently, this is just a way to get her here. Neat. Afternoon, Captain. Looking for a gunnery officer. I'd like to help you blow up monsters, if you'll have me. Increases iron and veils. Yeah, sure, we'll take you along. You can come up with the horizon to us, I suppose. Welcome aboard. Oh, hello, Captain. Is this one of yours? I had to knock her about a bit. She didn't like taking orders from foreigners. Still, we're good friends now. The adventurers clasps the black-eyed sailor on the back. Oddly enough, they do seem to be friends now. We now have the Presbyterian Adventures. Perhaps she's afraid of being forgotten. She isn't afraid of much else. Oh, and we can keep on doing things. Matter of luck. Hey, look, there's one lamentable relic. This is one way to try to get free lamentable relics. Be a hell of a long way to get them. You only have a couple of days. Visit exhibit. You know what, sure. We'll do this. An impossibility catches your eye. Ah, it's the rose. The rose from growing from the stone. 50 fragments, which is pretty good. And a vision of the surface. Enough distractions. Return to your ship. Now, we mostly had the gunnery officer out and about. Let's have the Presbyterian adventurous just kind of here and gunning for us for the moment. Have that different face looking upon us. Speak to. I don't want to dine with her, but it might hurt. You can't choose this option if you are badly wounded. No more than 100. Ah, right. That is a thing. Cannot be higher than 100. Although, honestly, we probably do want to improve our other deals. Increase our mirrors? Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, a 5, and a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because, honestly, mirrors is a very valuable stat. I might as well go very in on mirrors. To, like, 65 for now. See if we can bump our hearts up to 65. Because, honestly, we did get good mileage out of such. Speak, my father. That requires us to have done that. Bite to dinner, increase your hearts. This gains us a little bit of terror, but it's fine. We also get a fragment out of it. And we shall raise ourselves up to 65 here. And perfect. Alright, let us head up to the Melting Isles, where we'll see about stocking up on our supplies a little bit more, and then we can do our swoop from there up to there. Oh, we're in the Waxwind. I do not want to be in the Waxwind, but here we are in the Waxwind. Oh, it's fine, I guess. We'll just zoom up. We're far away from the ship, at least. So that's something. Please hurry. We are so slow like this. So slow. Hurry up, please. And I guess it gives plenty of time for something to wait us back in port again. So I guess that's something. Which, hello, Dean. But we can speed now. Dun, 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 dun. Go up and around and into the Mangrove College. Then we head east, pick up the port from there, because we might as well. And then it's hunting time. Ambassador? Sure. Shady sort? Alright then. Gather supplies? Yes. Port? Also yes. And now east. And now our supply situation is a lot better than our fuel situation, so we shall refrain from our suppressor for the time being. Because our suppressor guzzles up fuel like it's going out of style. And we don't want to encounter that again. I'd rather prevent this captain from having to resort to cannibalism. That'd be nice. That'd be pleasant. You know, just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah. I know it's like, in principle, this is probably not as interesting as it's my first run through, because a lot of this stuff we have already done. Muttons Island we got a new thing out of, which, that was neat. But everything else, well, most things are gonna be similar, especially Nuncio is going to be the same as ever. But I just felt like this was a good kind of send-off. Show off how the legacy stuff works. Show how things sort of reset. And all in that accord. And then head off in the way that connects to the next game in line. And I'll be excited for that, because that is a game that I have played before and I have gone through. But unlike here with Sunless Sea, where there is not as few new stuff for me. There's some new stuff I had never done that I ended up doing, but not insofar as much. But in the case of the next game in line, Sunless Skies, there's a lot more on the table that I never did in that game, along with some update-related stuff that I never really played when the updates were taken afoot. There's our Lorn Fluke. So, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting and fun to go through that game again. Even stuff I might have already done, it's gonna be fun. So, I'm excited about that. The Lorn Fluke is hiding. Being a sneaky little Lorn Fluke. Oh, not being sneaky anymore. Finally decided to start shooting me. Took a surprising amount of time for them to start shooting me. It's hiding again. Obviously, it takes a little bit longer than our previous run because we don't have as high of irons, even when we have the same gun. But it's, well, it's fine. We are still in a pretty respectable position. Samite's corpse. We have failed, but while the secrets would have been nice, and they're not highly super important, we got what was important. Which is... which is obviously the Fluke core itself. Luckily, that part of the equation is guaranteed. Let's pick up a report here, and then slide on into Nuncio, where we will do the postal stuff again. And we relatively know what to do there. And Kevin made sure to preparedly grab stuff beforehand. Let's do an audience. We don't need to have an audience. We don't want those. We don't need to do that either. Compile a port reports. But occasionally, he is fair. Any shops? No, of course not. I didn't think there were. Alright, up and at 'em. To Nuncio. Because that will get us a fairly convenient and easy to get Searing Enigma, which we very much do need. And do want. And oh hey, look, it's the Pirate Poets. How generous of you, Pirate Poet. I always forget you travel around to the Fathom King's Hold as well. This is where she just spins circles at us, and I just sit still shooting her. Investigate the wreckage. Rescue the pirate poet. 1 fuel, 1 supply. 100 echoes, so on the lower side of things. And a tale of terror. So, not the best stuff from her, but it's free stuff. Who am I to argue against free? I'm not is the answer. I am would not mind doing that. Alright, Nuncio. We shall do your events. Might pop up to our very, very north Port Cecile. And then head off back to London. There's a rat barge semi-stuck in the vortex. It can work its way out eventually. It just has an awkward spawn that's usually in the vortex area. Something I've noticed. Alright, slide in here. Explore along the beach. I think we did study them. Back to the docks for now. Go to the tavern. We could do that just because we are here. We might as well. This one's brag about hard deliveries. A newcomer. Why consist of rats? A newcomer. Ask about the big statue. Accepted by the locals. Ask why letters wash ashore here. Invited to serve. Familiar with the pole. Asparo uniform. Nope, nope, nope. We can try shift there. Explore along the beach. Yeah, there we go. There's a dead post. Gonna need one of those. Try a shift at the dead letter office. What goes on in the back room. Man the collections window. Converse with the postal rat. Just that. For employment to the niece. You don't need to do that. Responsibility. We have conversed. Feed into that. Experienced shift worker. For a key to the basements. Use our back access to that. Open there. 5 terror. Make further solitary exploration. That we want. Z-Story secret. Even more terror. Familiar with the flaming letters. We do this, right? Yeah, of course we did. Nations. The drowned is Astrolabe. As this may be. Record the knot on the captain's diary and spread the pages. Can't read the words. Swiggling with that. Descend into the basement with flames. Yeah, okay, we had to, for sure. Of course, I'm jumping up my terror by everything. With flames, and there is our Syrian Enigma. Huzzah! Sit down a moment. Remember. And then ascend. What is all below? Keeps an ointment there. Okay, then. End your shift. Go to the Postman's Tavern. Trade war stories about your shift work. Common ground. Trusted. All have failed, all have tried. I like going all with tried because, well, A, lost terror, but also because it's only fair to them. It is only fair. Observe a better justification. And, alright. There is our Syrian Enigma that we need. Yay! There is... It must be the rat barge. Like, there is, us in combat. Right, up and around here, and... Yeah, no, we probably shouldn't, but I'm probably still gonna tempt fate anyways. Like, my terror is amazingly high, yet I still feel tempted to grab a Skintalak, because one of our offers might end up being Skintalak with the merchant venture, as we have seen. That is an option. Yes, what I need to do is I need to find things to murder. That's what I need to do. Killing sea life, as we know, makes you feel a lot better about all the horrible things that you might have just seen in a basement. And what do you know? The first victim is here. Hello, bound shark. Welcome to the killing floor. It's you versus the frigate with the really big guns. And it has gone just about as expected, really. Goodbye. Use its meat. Ooh, a hunting trophy. Oh, we just ticked over, didn't we? Ah, that's always sad. When you've literally just ticked over the hungry and then that's what you get out of it. It is unfortunate, but it happens. Ding. It's the wreck of the Emperor Wolfgang. The Edmund Fitzgerald. No, wait, wrong wreck. A different ship, different circumstances, not stuck in brain coral, like this one is. And there's an eel. We are very much going to kill said eel. Seal was a recently opened port in fall of London, and seems to be generally after the Sunless Sea events. Should move. We don't have anything to gather here because we have not completed seeking the salt lions. Gather intelligence. Odakoro, gather Skintalak. We have failed. You know what? That's fine. That's less terror. Less Skintalak, but only by potentially a couple. And we could have just gotten one Skintalak for like 10 terror, as we have in the past. It wouldn't surprise me. Speaking of things that wouldn't surprise me, this eel decided to Tokyo drift right about now. We've seen these eels love drifting, although it's hiding at the moment. Going out, eel. Meet your doom. There we go. That eel decided not to drift. Unfortunate for it. We butcher it. Ivory hunting trophies. Curious sack. Lamentable relic. I mean, we've gone for the fluke core, but there's nothing saying that we might not get the lamentable relics option again under other circumstances that would be less ideal alternative. So, they're good to have. They're good to have. And I guess if I really need to buy them instead of The inconsistent farm? I suppose that... Yeah, I suppose that trying to find Shrimpshander would be an acceptable answer. Not sure where Shrimpshander is at the moment, but that would be an alternative. It is indeed an option. Something underwater to the northeast. What I was looking for? I was kind of hoping to find Frostfound because that's a good stopover kind of area. In that, Frostfound has that really good stop-by event. The Ragged Crow is to the east. The Ragged Crow is... Yeah, that... God, there's a moth there. So long, moth! I'm going this way. Which, yep, there we go. There's Frostfound. Figures like, if the Ragged Crow's there, off to that side, then Frostfound must be in this void. And thankfully it is. As we can see, the Undercrow is in a really odd place this time. It's all the way over here now, because all of these have been, Mount Palmerston, like, have been wedged closer. So, that's interesting to see it this far, that far east. Attempting to calm them down. Ah, the limb lantern's blue again. Don't worry, folks, don't worry, it's all fine. It's just science. Wonderful, brilliant science. Alright. Considering our fuel situation, our best bet at the moment is probably to... do that. Huh. Yep, Frostfound happened to be just in a similar relationship to the Khanate again. Fancy that. Again, not one of those guaranteed things, but it so happens to be. I think the most guaranteed thing you can see is that I think it's generally always up north at Frostfound. Ah, I can get the Tireless Mechanic from here. The Tireless Mechanic has had enough of Frostfound. He smiles at you over his spectacles, teeth chattering. Brr. So glad to see a ship at last. Ready to offer my services. I'm an engineer. Finest you'll ever hire. Treat engines like my own children. Not that I have children. Too busy. Usually busy. Increase veils and fuel efficiency. And only 20 off on here. Spot of rust, spot of rust. Soon see to that. You there, help me with this spot of rust. So, we have that now. That's always fine. We'll take tea with them, reduce our terror by a good bit, and fuel and supplies. And then port report. So yeah, our officers there. What currently stands as such? Veils 8, Veils 9. Probably stick with them, but that's fine. Alright, we'll probably port report, head to Mount Palmerston. Actually, port report, I think. That way, least chance of running, less potential exposure to Mount Nomad. But we're gonna stop by Mount Palmerston because, well, fuel. The fuel situation is less than ideal, so Palmerston is the cheaper regards on that front. Should serve us well indeed. And we most certainly have further progress. Progress for the merchant venture. Also, we're just picking up officers where we have, because why the hell not? They're there, they're available. I could potentially utilize them for things. Not that I intend to go full bore into the quest or the like, but they're there, and that is what matters. Ding. Ah, the chapel lights is currently foggy. the last place that needs to be Silent Hill. The absolute last place that needs to be Silent Hill is the Chapel of Lights. And no, just because I'm doing the Avid Horizon does not mean I'm going to do anything related with the Chapel of Lights or a certain Fellow of the Well. We are not going to Avid Horizon to go crazy. We're just going to Avid Horizon to do a crazy thing. Subtle difference. Subtle difference. It's all about the details. And, that's our details. Oh, I can't just cheekily explore it there. That's fine. No. Nothing for us here yet. Just gather intelligence. And then off we go. To Mount Palmerston. To restock on fuel. And a port report because, again, more money and fuel. Not like I'm trying to pursue a lot of fuel. It's just in the name and effort of... always pigs. It's just in the name of effort of keeping up with our costs. We still need to make enough tidbits of money here and then to support fuel, to support supplies, to support whatever may need to be supported, just to hurry along the merchant venture. Potential things we might need to purchase otherwhere. Those sort of things. Also, I said otherwhere. Not sure if otherwhere is an actual proper word, but I have said it anyways. It probably would be more fair to say to purchase something somewhere else. But no, for some reason, brain was like, oh, we'll just say otherwhere, because it's the where that is other than London. The brain is weird. The brain is tremendously weird in circumstances like that. Hi, ship. A ship of hell. Yeah. Specifically, I believe, of monarchy's hell, because the Republican dreadnoughts are a different ship that I believe is... well, technically Republic, really, but yeah. It just feels to do with the monarchy's hell, because that's what Mount Palmerston is. But again, just my own speculations. So it be, so it be. Oh, Palmerston. Probably not gonna wind up picking you this time. Report there. Fuel. Get here. Boop. Alright. Now, A, we can hurry up a little bit. B, we'll stop by Codex and Wither because, well, we might as well make the full port report loop at this point. You know, Vendor Bite, Hunter's Keep, yada yada. Alright, which was the Hunter's Keep that did... Which story again was Salt's attention? I think it's Salt's attention we need at that. Because it is the Salt Lines. Like, let us do some double checking while I can. Well, I'm going about anyways. Yeah. Yeah, Salt's attention. Who needs Salt's attention? Cynthia, okay. Cynthia. Cynthia's stories, that is what we need. And we shall kill Lifeberg to help with our terror. Also because they give good goodies. goodies we might need to sell to the merchant venture. Ah yeah, that mirror's investment was very worthwhile. Faster shooting is always a good thing. Always a good thing. Back this way, before we have killed our prey. Our deadly, terrifying prey. Hunting trophy. And wine. Not the most ideal. I guess we can sell the wine at Guider's Morn, since we have a passenger to drop off there as well. So, we might as well do that. And just take a minor detour once we've gone to Hunter's Keep. There's more. Hello, Codex. Just slide in on you. Compile a port report, and then bugger the hell off. Whee! And then same goes for Wither. Although we might see about exploring Wither a bit. Although, then again, we might get that event again. Report. You know, fine. Fine, we'll continue to fail the simple one. Oh, hey, we got it. What? The cat's shadow. The fisherman grumbles, but pays up. Yay, we earned an echo. Woo. That'll show him. We are the best at riddles. Everyone else looking at you answering a simple one echo riddle. No, they aren't. And that would be absolutely correct. We aren't the best with riddles. Was it safe being run? Again, that is a decent one for money. Because if you have 1,000, you can just keep betting 1,000 until you actually get something. But that is the safe scumming way. In the proper way, that is one hell of a challenge. And one hell of a risk. I don't know, baddies. You'll do for terror reduction as well. No stealing our supplies either, because our hole is very, very well kept at the moment. And then we'll get a little bit more terror back, because into the pot with them. Potted bats. Coming to a luncheon near you. Gather gossip. We don't have like a tomb colonist our hold or something, do we? No. Alright, off we go, because I want this event to remain for Hunter's Keep. And hoping that nothing has happened to Hunter's Keep if something has already happened to Mutton's Island. I hope not. I do want to get an easy Salt's attention, and Cynthia's the way to go. Parable of Limit. Also, that is what one might consider just a legit drive-by. Because I didn't even stop moving, one blast to its face, pick up the loot, and then onwards. How... poor thing. Just keep it. Excellent. And I said I wanted Cynthia. Tales of Terror, Salt's attention. Lost 48 hunger. Excellent. Conatier the island. And then to Guider's Morn. I don't know if Need be, potentially never touch Hunter's Keep again, so that they don't burn down to a crisp again. Maybe. It would be a generous thing to do. Do what we can, since we dared to visit Mutton Island and now it is a drenched ghost town. Yeah. A very, very, very drenched ghost town. Hello, Guiders Morn. I'm just here to drop off a passenger. And would you also be interested in some wine? While we are here. Guiders Morn. Drop off the Shady Sword. Or 20 Echoes. Shops sells wine. And then directly east to London. And hope that pops back up again. It should, since we decided to take a detour, which is a worthwhile detour in this case, to regenerate that, and because money. Money's good. Money is very ideal. So is water. Water is absolutely delicious. Always be sure to drink water. Keep hydrated and your body will appreciate it. It still might not appreciate you for other things, but it'll appreciate you for keeping hydrated at least. The flesh is a fickle thing. A fickle thing, indeed. And because of our hunting and frost found, you're cruising in with only 35 terror. This is what I call ideal. Let's slow down and let this... Oh god. Hey, the sea bats! Leathery but lucky. And a reduction of more terror. We're just gonna let our hunger bar tick over. Excellent. Nothing to hide, Ministry. Nothing to hide whatsoever. London lodgings. Let's see here. Nothing to do there. Lodgings. Let us read the morning paper for more supplies, apparently. And spend some time with our family. This ensures a vision of the surface. Yeah, tell tales of far-off lands. There is something you saw far across the Black Ocean. Share it. Your child's eyes grow round as pennies. They store up the memories as dream fuel. Much later, you find the scene you describe, scrawled on a foolscap sheet by a childish hand. More memoirs of Sea Fever? Because we might as well. What's at here? Outlandish artifacts. Okay. We'll get a little bit more money off of that. Mr. Sachs, no thank you if we can help it. Lodgings, London. Right, dark speckled. I want to consider changing over one of those. Anywhere needs particular. Chapel of Lights. Go figure. Chapel of Lights. Been chugging water and some non-alcoholic beer since last week. Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Don't think I've ever had non-alcoholic beer, but I can definitely vouch for water. Water's great. Also, hello Razzletooth. Welcome in. It is always good to see you. I hope your evening is going pleasantly. For mine is. My evening's always going well when I'm playing Sunless. This is a fun, relaxing game. And I've said that plenty, but I stand by it. Port reports. keeping well? Yes, they are. More fuel. Mount Palmerston, Port Cecile, Vanderbilt, Wither, Nuncio, the Canal. We'd rather need to spend the Bishop of Southwark for a good bit of Christian shouting. Good luck with that. Utter Shroom, Mangrove, Port Carnelian, Rossfound, Codex, Valentine's Hold. Ah, yes, we're quite well informed, but, let us be aware. Adam's Way. Ah, yes, and here's our different thing. Unlocked when Mutton Island, the arts of Mutton Island is preparing for a festival, and Mutton Island is deserted. In Quaker's Haven, they were always a funny lot, and probably got their comeuppance. See, they're, well, very, very concerned for what happened to them. No, they aren't. They aren't concerned in the slightest bit. Use Z-story, memory, some vital intelligence, and then we'll give some more vital intelligence to him. More supremacy for London. And money. Good, good, good. And now, the Venturer's Desire, for we have their Colossal Flute Core. Something difficult. You, might need to destroy a Lorn Fluke, or find someone who already has. There's 1,000 echoes in it for you. 1,000. 1,000 exactly. 1,000 is the number. 1,000. The Flukes, the greatest of the Shapelings, and the Lorns are the greatest of the Flukes. By accepting this core, I make myself an accomplice in a crime. But perhaps, in a sense, this one will return home. Perhaps. One more thing. Boost it up to 2 of that. As a plan. As a request, need something further. Ah. Ah. I was worried we'd get this choice. 7 romantic / rude romantic, or what is that? 21 bolts of spider silk. Bolts of spider silk. So, if y'all think I'm going to be doing the spider silk despite me marking it down just for prosperity's sake, no. We have already found a better way for this, but unfortunately our undershroom is a little bit further away, so this will take a wee bit longer. But that means, of course we had to sell one of those because, again, of course, we had to sell our deal. Because, of course, I didn't expect us to get that. But, let's see here. What was the ratio again for Utter Shroom? Utter Shroom. What was our ratio of honeys per... honey per deal? Okay, it's 1 honey per 1 Blemmingen. And it is how many Blemmingans for each of the... for each of the romantic literature. Okay, seriously, where is it? London, deliver Blemmingen. Yes, that's what we want. Go with your gut. Yeah, my gut at the moment is most certainly Blemmingan nonsense. Okay, it's Blemmingan's divided by 2 per romantic literature. And that puts us at needing, if we need 7, we need 14 Blemmigans, which means 14 honey. Alright, 14 honey. To the shops, to the shops! Where's our honey? Our inventory's kind of full. We're gonna have to sell some stuff. Okay, fine. Sell that, sell the spider silk, sell the parable and linen. Oh, we're gonna have to sell a bunch of other stuff too. What else is in our hoard? The harlot fry, the empty mirror box. Ah, the strange catches. We can get rid of the strange catches. Ew, take these strange catches off me, please. I need to buy a lot of honey. That we can do with that, unfortunately. New recruit, anyone here? No. We're making up a lot of other stuff. That... having to sell a skin slack, but it's fine. It's money, at least. What's our fuel to supply ratio? We're heavier on the fuel. We can pick up we'll be getting supplies from our Blemmingan exchange too, so I think I need to scavenge down on my supplies. As much as this hurts. 1, 2... Is it 2, 3, 4. There's 14 honey that we need. So, first off, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 11 supplies, 43 fuel, a load full of honey, and... 10 lights. Okay. And we are rushing off that way, just... that's our priority. We'll stop by the salt lines because we can, but yes. And we want to use our definite fuel advantage here. And off we go. And we'll stop by Lightship to get a Z story. Crew, hello, have some news. Now we're off to bring a bunch of Blemmigans into London. To which I say, I apologize deeply, London, for the 14 additional Blemmigans you're about to get. But, oh well. Deal with it. Kaboom! Wait, get back here, ship. Not done with you. Some more fuel and supplies. Ah, hello, other barrel of honey. Off topic. Beekeeping is great, honey. I highly recommend it. I have certainly heard, especially since the more honeybees, the better, because if we need more honeybees. But B, I've heard people definitely put it to good advantage, like especially for people who are like interested in mead or such. Because having ready access to honey is apparently very, very, very nice for people who are into brewing mead. And it makes me envious because mead is delicious. We do not need that other one. I'm selling it. So yes, for people who have the space and the ability to financially support beekeeping, and the will, of course, yeah, it's honestly a pretty productive thing to do. You get stuff out of it, and you help support honeybees. And supporting honeybees is Always a good endeavor. That not happen to the honeybees, because honey is delicious. Ooh, hello, you. Hello, you indeed. Oh no, it's a baby pirate ship. I'm sorry, little one. The more you evade me, less sorry I'm gonna feel. Ah, look, I got a pair of bone linen back. Fair enough. Alright, hurry onwards. Hurry onwards. Distracted when I said I wouldn't, but I am anyways. Thought about that might have been like the pirate poet, but it wasn't. It was a baby pirate. That, however, that is the pirate poet. Hello, pirate poet. Just stay in sights for me. Yes, indeed, you put a flare on me. Congrats. That is all you have managed to do, is put that on me. Escape the wreckage. 300 echoes. Fuel supplies. That help makes up for our purchases. Tangible spider silk. Just to taunt me. It's like, hey, you could be collecting these too. Yeah, no, but then I need 21 of you. And debugger that noise. Utter shroom. Makes me realize how convenient and close to Utter Shroom was. But this is my normal Utter Shroom general placement. Away from me. Principal, salt's attention. Excellent. Let's have you do your thing. Compile a port report. Visit the Unmakers. Not sure we did this, but I might as well do it. Muscular pick wielders rest on camp stools, watching you approach, passing hip flasks around, and untuckuous overseer beckons you to sit. Fungal tisane and tea cakes. We get funding from the bazaar, it's true, but Station 4? I wouldn't call it Station 4. It's a little grandiose. The stones are stuffed with secrets, but most of them are used as garden sanctuary or occult's ballast. Most of them. Some go down to places under the bazaar. More tea cakes. Okay, yeah, I think I have done that one. It sounds right. Oh. We now have our Port Seal stuff moving forward, if we need to do that. Which, I mean, I'm preparing in case he asks for Skintelack at some point, because then we can just try to get something for the Skintelack machine. 2 fuel and a supplies, and 3 more supplies. I keep on replenishing my stuff when really I need supplies to actually go down. Because I'm gonna get like 14 additional supplies from trading in all those Blemigans. So yeah, we're gonna be getting a few of those. Just a little bit. Let's go head to the Sea Lilies. Grab the port report at Wisdom because we can. No, and I guess kill the shark because we can. Sure, shark hunters extraordinaire. Also because hunting trophies are another thing that could potentially be asked for. I think how every one of my actions is mined up. And potentially hoard resources for the merchant venture. Well, that is the goal of this, after all. Chug along. Use its meat. Hunting trophy. More supplies. We're too good at getting supplies. Too good, I say. Might have to end up ditching some of the supplies we get, which, while slightly painful, I'm willing to do. For now, let us Get the port report here. Ignore the oracles who are very hungry, sitting on their lily pads, and move on. Alright, Utter Shroom. There's a shark up there. We shall actually leave that shark be. Otherwise, we're just gonna get even more supplies. Right, with the supplies, we're already about to get a lot of supplies. Because it figures. But oh well, it is fine. We have our destination in sight. I'd say potentially get rid of fuel, but no. We need this fuel to get back. We have a distance away from London to reach. We do not want to tempt fate in that regards. That would be a foolish thing to tempt fate on. Alright, Kane vessel, sometimes around the Utter Shroom. Right. Don't mind me, War Chimerian. I want nothing to do with you. Trying not to tank my captain's reputability with y'all. The Utter Shroom. Gather intelligence. Visit the village. Ah, terror again. Diaspores. Alright, Blemigan time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's where we're gonna start having to throw away the supplies part of the equation. As such. It's 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. There we go, 14 Blemigans. And now for London. To trade in these Blemigans for good old romantic books. Yes, let us trade the mushroom people in for lewdness. You seem, you're just kind of spinning there. I'll let you be. You can spin there all you want. He can spin if he wants to. You can leave his Chimerians behind. Something to that accord. We already have the free slots, but that's because we're using up fuel to get back. It's to be expected. Just gonna grab a port here while I'm here. But then I'll take the direct route back to London. This is just to get a little bit, because it's not far out of the way. And hey, pick up a passenger on our way. Which means we will be taking a stop by Guiders Morn again for a little bit of additional money. That was the other reason to do what I was doing. Let us go, oh, let us go. Trading books to a merchant. For him to bring onto a gate. Yeah, it's odd as it sounds. It's fine. It'll make sense in a bit. just zooming along with a purpose. Because I have a purpose. Kind of shows, and it helps that I'm immediately doing it while falling up on a run, but kind of shows just how well you can kind of zoom along things with a very specific goal in mind once you kind of got a hang of the game. Although in my case, it very much helps that I had a judicious amount of money that I carried over. Because having the frigate and better guns and a better engine helps speed things up a lot. It makes things a lot more manageable. Should have just gone with the right away, but I thought maybe I could get away with the little dinky boat. And then I realized very quickly, oh wait, no. I am just gonna get myself in trouble. And thus, frigate. The good old reliable frigate. It will more or less serve for most any needs one may have in this game, the frigate. The Dreadnought is a little bit of an inefficient overkill, but that's part of what I love about the Dreadnought and why I got it on my previous run. Because it is inefficient overkill, and I love overkill. Overkill is satisfying. But if you don't want to invest into the Dreadnought, you will very much, depending upon your goals, of course, but hello, more honey. Then I'll just sell it here. Depending upon your goals and such, at the end of the day, it's like the two ships you'll want either. If you are expected to do a little bit more combat-y stuff, the frigate will serve you quite well. If you're expecting to do a lot more tradey stuff and are going to be dodging around a lot of combat, then the the trader ship should be right up your alley as far as the biggest hold goes. 120 echoes, and we can sell this other honey. Probably to end up buying more honey because we'll probably be given like, alright, you have given me these books of literature. Now bring me more books of literature. And then I'll just stare at the merchant venturer, very much in a case of, really? But we'd still do it if the alternative is spider silk. Because that's even more annoying. Way more annoying. It's a pirate ship, we're just gonna zoom on that. So we are almost home in London. Bad Stevener's Abyss. Good old Bad Stevener's Abyss. The Abyss before London proper. Let's just zoom on in. Zoom on in and just crawl right on in. Because I'm really no rush to get into London. And whoosh. I'll let them do worse. I have no romantic literature for you to find. Please, mind not all the blemigans. It's fine, it's fine. There's totally not going to be something that happens with the blemigans. A little present. Some supplies from you. Excellent. Huh? Can trade another one of these for that. Perfect. Oh, wait. First things first. Read the paper. Time with family. Do another one of these. Or Sea Fervor. Then we want to go to London and deliver our blemigans. Blemigans. Welcome, blemigans, indeed. And, alright, we get a stout crate as well. Hey, with some fuel. How nice of them. Something romantic and smuggle. Well, we didn't smuggle them in. We just brought in the blemigans that poor people clearly saw and are like, I guess that's not a problem. Why the hell is this captain bringing in a haul of blemigans? Just ignore it and let's just get us on to the next ship. They publish this stuff in the Khanate to the east. It may be difficult. They don't trade readily. And the bazaar taxes love stories. I'll pay 1,000 echoes for the 7. This one is. Still, we'll pay 7. And approved, but nope, we are not approved. 2 more schemes, 1,000 more echoes. Alright, what's next? Ah, that is what's next. It's somewhat what I expected, really. It's either 7 hunting trophies or 7 Skintilak. Alright, you know what that means. Progressing Ports of Seal storyline. Because that is Skintilak in spades. And we can, because we just finished 1 step of that. And we'll hunt things while we can, because hunting trophies might pop up again. You never know. You never know. So we're on a hold, we have 1 of each silk. We can ditch those. Sell. 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 Port reports. We'll submit what we have to get some fuel for our journey. Of course, we're gonna have to buy some as well. What's our hold like? 49. Okay. Have a pretty empty hold. We invested in fuel. And then off again. To Port Cecile. Good old Port Cecile. It's a great moneymaker, and helps a lot with the merchant venture quest. There's hunting opportunities around there as well, which is a kind of convenient aspect of it. And I will be hunting the things as well. I do want to get the Skintilak route, but having the hunting trophies in reserve is useful. And potentially getting some Stygian ivory from the eels is also a good note to have. Because, well, that's another one of the things that they offer. And funnily enough, I'm saying all this as if I have, like, a list of potential things, but this is actually just me recalling off of memories, shockingly to me as well. It's like, huh, I just have to remember some of the more common requests. Because memory is weird like that. It's like, oh yes, that person you've just met. There's no need to remember that name, right? Right? I'm like, no, please, Brain, keep the person's name in. Nope. Whoosh, it's gone. Small, tiny little details of a game, though. It's like, oh yeah, I'll recall this boss strategy from some old game I haven't played in ages. Sure, I'll rattle that off for you. Such a fickle beast. Grab Happy Rockport report, because we can. Chug, across the seas we go. For we have a gate to open. And I'm sure it won't be any problems with that. Nope, not at all. None whatsoever. I like this new keyboard. More simple than the previous one I had. In that respect, it's going to be far infinitely easier to clean when need be. Also shiny lights, but that's just in the cause of me better able to, well, read it. No lights are usually like, oh yeah, big gamer thing to like, and I do like RGB lights just for the sake of RGB lights, but backlighting on keyboards is something one cannot go back from. It's mighty convenient. What's there to say other than that? We could be mauled by crabs or chili floors, but that is unlikely to be an issue. Let us just head off this way. Tick, tick, tick. We have a gate to go through, and thus Skintalak to gather. And things to hunt. Which, I mean, then why are we ignoring those two things? Because those things don't give hunting trophies. They're too small fry to warrant a trophy. On the big guns, the Khanate. I do like the Khanate's aesthetics. Just going for a modern approach to the Mongol Khanate will never cease to amuse me as something that's just really cool. Just a really cool idea. There is Eagle. Might as well get some exploration on this. Not that I'm gonna pop into there, but yeah. Alright, cool. The dock's shown. That's what matters to me. The dock is shown. Discovered Tiamen. Discovered Wolf. Oh. Wolf, I actually think, is one of the houses that are lower on the totem pole compared to the rest, which is sad. I like wolves, but that is unfortunately what it is. They are not in the highest of standing with the Khanate proper at the moment, especially compared to well, all these other clans. Eagle, Leopard, Tortoise, Tiamen. Leopard and Tiamen, I think, are the two higher ranking ones in that regards. Tortoise might be right behind them. Yeah, that might be the order. Wolf is the lowest, Eagle, Tortoise, Tiamen, Leopard? That might be it. Don't quote me on that. I'm trying to remember from what I've encountered in Fall of London, but I think that's basically the hierarchy of the well-known clans. Wolf on the bottom, then Eagle, then Tortoise, then Tiamen and Leopard. Tiamen and Leopard are definitely the huge one. Leopards are effectively the ruling caste as far as their power goes, but the Tiamen are effectively the power behind the scenes. They're the ones responsible for the white and golds, which are their intelligence service basically, and their enforcement as well in that regards, behind the scenes enforcement. So they wield a lot of power in that regards. Not sure what the other clans really do all that much. They do obviously have to do something, but they're not as prominent in what's describe them. Wolf is there just trying to get back up in favor. So there's no eel here, which is sad. We miss you, eel. I wanted to kill you. I mean, yeah, I guess it's fair reason to hide, I suppose. But still. Grab that. Go a skin time. 3 for 3 terror. That, solid. That is a solid haul. Right. Extra move, setting up. Oh, right, another flip core. Ah, but there we go. That's the important thing. 7 Skintalak just for turning this one in. That is very good. That is very good indeed. Little Flint, Wakeful Idol, Monster's Tooth, Hard-Shelled Silver, Fluke Core. Those, I suppose, are notes for, future turn-ins. Although I can do that one. However, we're gonna need a... we might get an overabundance of Skinsack here, but, yeah, we'll keep that in mind in case we need more Skintalak. But our hold is pretty full at the moment. I don't want to risk too much and lose potential stuff. So, yeah, there's our 7 Skintalak. That is me getting distracted, trying to get at an itch. Get at an itch without just dyeing my fingers more purple than they already are. It's always that first couple weeks after you dye your hair, or rather even the first few weeks, where you better get used to, especially the more vibrant colors, you better get used to it bleeding out on everything. Your hands, other things. Be prepared for those casualties. They're acceptable to me. Stuff, if my fabrics get a little purple on them, well, a lot of them already have a good amount of purple on them as is. Just due to the nature of me having dyed my hair in the past. So, they're already well acceptable casualties by this point. But something that intrigues anybody, hey, do it. Do it while you want to. Be free. Don't care about stigmas. Just do what you want to do. Pardon me there. But two, be prepared just to accept that things are going to get dye on them. It'll happen. One will just deal with it. Alright, let's just pick up a Con Shadow report. Pick up a Godfall report too while we're in the area. Then in the process, check out on that. That is an idea. Just leaving a note of if we need one of those things. For now, again, I don't want to keep my hole full of stuff. Because who knows, we might need to do another Blemigan run. Did pick up the report, right? Right. Please say I wasn't a fool in that regards. Yes I did. Okay, good. Good. Alright, that's what I was hoping for. Hello there, Pirate Poet. I welcome your generous donations to my cause. See, I've gotten into a venture agreement now with a fellow, and I would like to give the money to support that endeavor. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness. Investigate the wreckage, rescue them. 500 echoes, beautiful. Fuel supplies, and a lot more supplies. I think we're fine on supplies. We're very fine on supplies. And that is fine with me. Talks about their newest. I think I've already done that. For shouting. Excellent. Hey, we're almost back up to 10,000, and we will be at 10,000. That's my whole... Nope, just the Skintalak and Harla Fries and the like. Yeah, okay, to London it is. Yeah, we're doing well on this. We're doing well. think, as I was saying, we're just about up to 10,000, back up to 1,000 gold, which we should be. So, especially since we found the Pirate Poet again, we should be up to 10,000 echoes once again pretty soon. Especially between the Merchant Venture and the Pirate Poets having shown up again. Glad to see your wonderful, lovely face again, Pirate Poets. Always a pleasure to continue our rivalry. 100 echoes. Oh well, that's fine. And Parabole Linen. Cool, cool, cool. 100 echoes is obviously not all that much to get from them in comparison, but hey, it's an easy 100 echoes and nothing to worry about that. Oh yeah, that Overheard at Sea event. We've gotten that one before, so I'm not reading it. Alright, we'll grab the port report from Demir Island, because we're literally right here. And thus it's a free endeavor. And then slide on back into London. Keep it going with our endeavor. Not yet. See with the Vector. Because now we have been told of an exceptionally fine restaurant in Vanderbite. In case we want to do anything with that. And then port report, and then on our way. We've honestly explored a fair few amount of things for the most part, just kind of breezing through with a very specific objective in mind. But again, that's the nice thing about having a decent ship and engine right off the start. You can go out further, because going out further is, well, it's very much tied to your hold space. Hold space. The bigger the hold, the further you can just stock up on supplies aimed for just going further out. Hello, Pirate Frigate. You're no Pirate Poets, but you are still supplies. And fuel. And that's 30 supplies. And Kane, please, I have enough supplies. Please. Just give me fuel. Fuel would be nice. Free fuel. We love free fuel. Found another pirate frigate. We're gonna kill it as well. Yay! Bonk. Supply fuel. And a tail tear. Oh, well, at least that doesn't take up space. Alright. I think I need to... I stopped by the lightship. I never remember if I stopped by the lightship or not. We'll check. We will check. Alright, we hadn't. Excellent. Let's grab that sea story. Thank y'all. Zoom on into London, where we need fuel, not need supplies. We do not need supplies in the slightest bit. We are well full of supplies. Alright, hello, being in the rose. Alright. Veteran Privy Counselor is seeking a lot of outlandish artifacts, and I am fine with this. Hey look, more supplies. Yay. Where's decent shore? Tails of Z. You've come home safe, but you nearly didn't. Tell them how. The Z fog coils fat and white against the window. With a delighted shriek, your child disappears under the blanket. Sigh enough and you'll get a sign. We're just doing that because, well, we're in the vicinity. Alright, ventured us out. Something bright. Port Cecile in the Principal's Coral. It's usually northeast or thereabouts. That's where Skintelak comes from. Around 1,000 echoes for 7. A dream and a scheme. Thank you. Where I'm going, there will be light enough, eventually. But we'll need something we can manage ourselves. But now, I have further need of your services. 1,000 echoes. I still need your help. Ah, there it is. Parabola linen or Stygian ivory? We're probably gonna go with a Stygian ivory, to be honest. I just have to find the Shellinate, or Con Shadow, I guess, works too. Yeah, Con Shadow works too. 700 for 7 bales. That's 7 Parabola linen, or 7 ivory. Oop, save. Yeah, 7 Stygian ivory, that's manageable. Far to the east. What else is in our hold? There's 1 Parabola linen. I'ma just sell it. Because we're probably not going to be going that route. Skintelak is a good and easy one because we have that quest especially. So, you could stay in there. I mean, Scholar, do you have anything for us? No. You, however, submit our port reports, get some excess fuel. And by excess, I mean well-needed fuel. Mirror that, that. And buy all the fuel you have on store, and head out again. We'll check Con Shadow first. If it's not there, then we will have to hunt for the Shellinate, which we've not found of current, but it generally is furthest east. So, we can work with it. We can work with it. Actually, what am I doing? Why am I going full speed? We have all the supplies. It does not matter if we go a little bit slower. I have no base terror. I have all the goddamn supplies in the world. Let us just take it easy. Take it easy. Head off. Go where we need to go. Only getting something. Oh, hi. Well, we can't be having that. They're battling right at us. Insert our dominance here. See? Our dominance. We didn't scuttle. Game. Why so many supplies? I am awash with so many supplies. I cannot hold them any longer. There are just so many supplies. You know what? I'm gonna choose something. I'm gonna do something here. I'm just gonna keep washing with supplies. I know a better way to curtail down our supplies. I probably could have done this in Guiders more too, but it's easier just to do it from here because it's en route to Con Shadow anyways. Alright, let's go. Hello, Abbey Rock once again. To do a thing we never utilized before. but that we can fairly easily utilize now. We're obviously not gonna get rid of all of our supplies, but we can curtail down our supplies by a little bit. Go to Abbey Rock and trade supplies. Resources are limited on this bleak rock. The Sisterhood will pay a fair price for supplies. Not a good price, mind. It is 20 echoes to be precise. Fierce scrutiny. The muscular prioress jingles with knives and pistols. She reckons every candle and coil of rope before she reluctantly counts out your payment. Supplies. We're just selling them for base price that we usually buy them at, basically, but a lot of these supplies we have gotten for free. So hold at that. We'll go down to this. Yeah, 22. And there we go. We've trimmed down our supplies to a reasonable amount. And now we rush off to Khan's Shadow. Where, like I said, I think we can buy Stygian Ivory here. We should be able to. I might also then pop by Port Cecile since we have the room and turn in that one hunting trophy for other opportunity. Actually, I should do that first in case I run into an eel. Okay, that's our order of operations then. Because the eels will just give us a free Stygian Ivory without having to pay for it. I mean, I could just farm eels, but that would take time. And through this general playthrough, not this one, but on the previous time, we've seen enough of me farming eels for a lifetime. We have seen plenty of eel farming. Plenty. Alright. Coming in hot for the... No, not the Conde boat. It's like, what are we in combat? Oh, right, the Conde's boat that's just chilling down there, patrolling the waters. Hey, there we go. Eel. It's away in the sky, the moon and the poet's amore. Bonk. It's got ivory that we need from hunting beasties, indeed it's amore. It is currently under the water, but it has surfaced back up, and it's now gonna die as amore. As amore. We got more supplies because the game thinks we need all of them from the Mori. Oh, so many supplies. We are ripe in supplies. So very ripe with supplies. And yoink. Pull in. Intelligence. Mere challenge. 1 for 1. That's fine. Extra move, hunting trophy. Oh, we can turn in a piece of Stygian Ivory as well. This is ornament, but Ivory and Chestnut has starred we. Let's turn in this one. That's 7 Skintalak and a secret. Oh, was it like Stygian Ivory or hunting trophy or something? I don't recall. Objective principles end. the pieces. Argent, wakeful idol, flame to the car. Okay, it must have been an either or situation. Which in that case, yeah, we definitely wanted to spend it on the hunting trophy. Yep, okay, moving on. With our free bit of Stygian Ivory, we still need to buy 6. And we have some additional skin intellect from that, in case it gets asked for again. If it doesn't get asked for again, then, well, we'll just sell it before we head off to the horizon. Some money for the road. Ah, it is on that day. Damn, I should have headed the other way then. I was like, which side is the dock in on Con Shadow again? It's on this side. So I have to go around the dock instead of just zooming on in. Then again, there's just that big-ass ship there, so I'd have to make a turn either way. And zoom on in. Yep, there it is. Stygian Ivory. We need 7. We will get up to 7. Anything that here we need? Sell our box. Do we want to sell our box? You know what? Sure. I don't think we're gonna be utilizing it for anything useful. So, yeah, let's just sell our box. Let's just sell the box. Also grab a put report that I nearly forgot to grab. Alright, back to London. Further our quest. Dun, 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 dun. I have to wonder how long this will take, because I can't exactly guarantee what the stream length is going to be, but oh well. We'll go for however long we go. And that will be that. Don't need to worry otherwise. There's good old Station 3. Their charming acolyte, who is back because things have reset. Now we have our Stygian Ivory. And that is good. So we will turn that in for goodies. It's good old Khanate music. Even though we are far away from the Khanate now, I'm not about to object to having it going on. It's a good bit. We might remove some things to get our irons up a little bit with our secrets that we have. Yeah, but we'll pull into London before we deal with that. Because you do not want to remove or try to swap officers while at Z. That apparently disturbs your crew, to be switching out officers then. Odd, yes, but it is what it is. Pull into the lightship, cash in our recent news, and so forth. Reduce our terror, give us a Z story. All is good on that accord. Here we go. Oh no, it's them. We have nothing to hide. Like, oh no, it's people trying to look for things. Alright, outlandish artifacts again. This is where the merchant venture asks for outlandish artifacts, and I'm just gonna be like, well, blast. Oh, something durable. Murder enough monsters, or you can perch in the Shellinate far to the east. They're flooded with dead monsters. I'm not. 500 echoes. Yes, it's generous. Be quick. There we are. All these are lessons, contours of history. There will be scholars and marvelers, but enough of that. I have another task for you. 500 echoes, one more to the objective. And then the same one. Okay then. I'll have to change the list. Okay, I guess we're going back and getting 7 more ivory again. So the game hath declared, thou shalt do get more ivory. Do that like I said I would. You have 1 wound. Oh, sorry about that. The adventuress puts down her sword and helps you binge the gas. It's still pain, the best teacher, eh? Oh, don't look at me like that. No more than 1. Well, let's do it again. Not bad. It'll give you another 50 years, you'll be teaching me. And that puts us up to 75. Ooh, and we can do 1 more. Excellent. Not bad indeed. 1 wound right off the bat, and then we're good for the rest of the time. She learned from her lesson and realized, oh wait, don't poke them so hard. What were we using to raise up mirrors? Was it you? Yes, it was. 5 more mirrors, please. Boop. Boop. And a boop. We'll keep those secrets on hand. We're not spending that Seer Enigma. We need that. We need that Seer Enigma. Oh hey, the Geno Magician. Quite the engineer. Yeah, sure, we'll take you along. We have the Geno Magician. You can join us on our journey too. There are indeed a lot of chief engineers that you can pick up. So it to be, so it to be. Alright, Port Report. Port Cecile, Abbey Rock, Consheart. Then we're gonna need to buy more. First things first. Read the paper for more supplies. Time with our family. We shall do another Tale to See. Then let's go back to our lodgings. Alright, we need Terror to do that. Okay, then we're just gonna have to hope that that wound does not come to bite us back in the arse. Hopefully, it won't. Okay then, so I'm gonna need more ivory. Which needs, I need to buy more fuel to get to the ivory. 5, 6, 7. Then, was there anything we could pick up on that accord while we're en route, or... Not really. We could pick up a flute core somewhere. Flute core for my kin. But we're just con shadow then back. That's how we're going about this. Just con shadow and then back. No need for much in the way of detours. Well, obviously stop by the lightship on our way back, because that'd be fool not to. But other than that, just Nerom. And then Nerom all the way back. One of those rare cases where we got the same one back to back. I like getting that when it's the Skintalak one, because that makes Skintalak amazingly profitable, and as long as you are in that early stage of the Principal's quest line, well, you have a relatively ready access of Skintalak. But we did not get a repeat of that one. We got more Stygian Ivory. Of course we did. At least we know where to go. And no, I'm not going to try to preempt it by buying, like, 14 Stygian Ivory or something. That is, like, the guaranteed way to get something different. I would never get it. Because if preparedness was rewarded, we would have gotten a Skintalak one there. We did not. Hi, friendly ship. Nice to see a face that's not trying to murder me. Not like you'd want to try. We would murder you extremely fast. Extremely fast. Not a doubt there. Let's see if we can discover this black square just while we're in the area. Excellent. Alright, Takon's Shadow. Takon's Shadow. I'd say pick up a port report at Station 3, but there's no additional port reports for Station 3. They don't want you talking about Station 3. Although considering their secrecy around Station 3, it is very amusing that it has effectively randomized right next door to the Khanate. I have just raptured that ship into oblivion. I am so sorry, ship. But sacrifices must be made, so Godspeed to wherever you went, oh ship that has vanished into the night. And good luck. Because you'll need it wherever the hell you are now. The great beyond the Shadow Realm. That's somewhere. I'm sure they're fine. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. Probably. Maybe. Don't tell them. Shh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Mile Breaker. Yeah. This is a very costly apt item, but I have heard people say decent things about it for people who just want, like, all the fuel efficiency. I'm not huge on it. I love the We Are Clay. Extra irons, extra engine power, less crew you need on board. It's a good one. Although that's not my F slot, so I'm being foolish. I like the Avid Suppressor in my F slot because I can go faster. I confuse my slots. My apologies. Whoopsies. Like I said it, then I realized, wait, no, that's different slots. Now, if you plan to do a lot of smuggling in, if that is your sort of playthrough deal, then yes, a secret compartment that you can get from, I don't remember where, but you can get it from somewhere. That is definitely a good option. Because smuggling. That is, if you don't want to play around with it, trying to line up something to wait some port. Because if you have the options, you can just try to burn your report, then slip into London without triggering anything, but that's a little bit of a cheekier way, to say the least. Hello, Crab. How's it going? Just going along all the crab-like? Excellent, excellent. I see you want to murder me in your giant pincers. I would advise not. I'm sparing your life right now. I could kill you in a heartbeat if need be. I have chosen not to. I have business arrangements to attend to that I must not be late for. So, goodbye, Crab. Do not make me regret sparing your feeble little crab life. This is what happens to me when I do things like this. I start having conversations with the virtual crabs. Yep. Yep. Yes, indeed. Let's go to this light ship before I get even madder. Madness. Madness enveloping me. Da, 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 da. Here are all the regrets for what you will need to say. Here's a Z story for you. And thank you for giving up your recent news. Now into London we go to turn in this Stygian ivory. The other thing that happens to me when I'm doing this stuff like that, singing. All the singing. I can't help myself. I just can't. Hopefully all the mic stuff and volume is working for this game, but I figure if it's worked for Doom 2016, the settings probably would work fine for Sunless Sea. Because Sunless Sea cannot possibly be as loud of a game as Doom 2016 is. Another outlandish artifact. I was making side money from hustling off all my outlandish artifacts to the veteran consulate. Reports. I don't have many. I have one. But it is one you can have. New recruit, nothing there. Recent news. Time with a family. Z story. Z fever. Aha! I've done it. I've sent another child off to Z. I want to go away to sea. Your child wants to sign on with the ship. Already? But time passes quickly. And most quickly on the Undersea. How many years have you been at sea? Don't ask. Time operates slyly out in the dark. The treachery of time is indeed everywhere. We shall permit it. It is indeed a family tradition. They are not the first. If your child survives, most sailors don't. You of all people know that. See, and reducing nightmares, but will they listen? No, we're not gonna forbid it. Here you go. All is well, for now. New Year's Day, 1890. Quartermaster's Assistant of Legal Age. Signed on recommendation of Legal Guardian. Give equal treatment. There you go. I have another Scion deal going on. Yay! Let's turn in some more Stygian Ivory. One more tick up that. Another 500 echoes. Really, game? Really? That's what you're gonna do to me? That's what you're gonna do to me? Gonna take... Oh, yeah, I heard he wasn't gonna repair. Trust me, if I had bought 7 Stygian Ivory, this would have been something different. Alright, again. Alright, then. We have seen the Stygian Ivory run. We have seen the Stygian Ivory run. Electric Boogaloo. But now, Stygian Ivory run, the third. Ooh. Go figure. Off we go. Like, let's just get this over with. Oh, dear. I could switch it up to the Parable of Linen, but who are we to deny the game in their cruel, cruel irony? We aren't is the answer. We aren't. So let's just do it. Oh dear. This pirate is stuck on a buoy. Let us help it. And just stand right there. We'll dislodge you in a moment. Steady. Oh wait. You shot at me. I'm trying to help here. There you go. We have helped them. Jeez. Some people just... inconsiderate. Hi, Parable and Linen. Welcome in, Parable and Linen. And no, I'm still not going to be tempted to do you. Thou shalt not tempt me, harlot of the linen. By that meaning, dream linen. Dream fabric. The fabric of dreams. Yeah, alright, let's just get to the god shadow. Can't believe we got that a third time in a row. I can't believe that. That is silly. I'm not surprised, but that is silly. Silly, silly, silly. On we go. Then on and on and on and on and on. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yep, we are vastly familiar with this run, which is why I'm just poking at some things while waiting in transit, because, well, yeah, this is about right. Again and again, we go into the thing. Again and again, we sail to the shadow of the con. For so it be, indeed. Indeed. Dun, 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 dun. Alright then. Thankfully, I've decided to do this trade purchasing route instead of hunting the monsters myself, or once again, we would have had an entire good chunk of the stream just hunting eels. We don't need a repeat of that. We don't need a repeat of that. Ah yes, the eels. Just a silly place. Alright, hi, Con Shadow. I'm back. Yes, how could you possibly guess? 7 more Stygian Ivory? Yep, you betcha. Bye! And off we go, with our spoils once again. For so it be. Oop. We're sailing the sea, on its still waters we are sailing the sea. And we will keep on doing it as far as we need to do, until it's no longer an issue and they go away. Or to our grave. Hopefully that it won't be the case. There shouldn't be anything in these waters that can kill us. Shouldn't be. Pretty much the only things that could try to take us down at this point is the big names, and we're not sailing in the big names territory. We're not in Savior's Rock, we're not around the Chapel Light for the moment, and we are not near the Shalonate. So there's effectively nothing that will be able to kill us as long as we just fight the things that we're going through. That's alright, that's fine. It's fine. Dun, 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 dun. We just go onwards. Onwards and onwards and onwards. Back to London with our ivory that he seems to want a lot of. As, oh boy, does he want a lot of it. He wants all of the ivory. All of it. I like how, because we're going on a decent clip, and from where the point of the music triggered, we are very far away from the Khanate and still have this music. Such is how it goes. Again, it's fine. Khanate music is good. All the music's good, but the Khanate music is also a particular standout for me. Oh. There's it turning off very sudden, like, oh shit, we are not in the Khanate at the moment. Abort! Abort! We are finally getting low on supplies again. This is fine. Basically, we will just be buying supplies again for 20 echoes. It was effectively just a loan on space that we bought ourselves. I'm fine with that. Ah, there we go. London's music. Another good standout. The music of London. Ah! This market doesn't have anything we can sell on. Okay. Well, I'll mark it down. Ordinary or unread log. You know, just in case. For whatever reason we need a little bit more cash. And there would be our answer. Lodgings, read the paper, time with our family, and we can just enjoy the night away. Picture's desire. Let's turn the port reports first. Submit port reports. We have our one port report. We have submitted it. It's something durable. Once again, 7 more that. Preparations complete. The adventurer has a plan. My operations here will continue without me, and I have gathered all the supplies I need for my greatest endeavor yet. I need to charter your ship. Will you hear what he has to say? Time to go. You and I, we are not numbered among the timid. Now is the time to complete what we have begun. Come with me. Come north, to Advent Horizon, to the High Gate. Well then, we have our thing. North. 40 inventory spaces of free cargo. Let's fix that. Oh look, we have some Skintalak we can sell. Oh, look, and some parable linen. It's a harlot fries that we haven't disposed of, apparently. I could have used those at other places, but, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see here. What else do we have in our hold? The hunting trophies, restaurant recommendations, secrets. Naughty secrets. We'll need that. I want to sell our Syrian Enigma, that's for damn well certain. We do not want Tales of Terror, though. Okay then. That is whole space. Very well. North. What we've been aiming for. Early in the stream, but oh well. It's fine. It's fine. That's fine. North. And take the venture to Avid Horizon, where the sea ends, and the Watchers wait. The venture and his 40 units of essential cargo. We have... Oh, we didn't have enough. Whoops! Be free, serpentlings, be free. Yeah. We have freed our serpentlings. And I forgot to read what that was. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. We have read that before in the past. Reference that? Whoopsies. That is awkward on my part. I apologize. Sorry, Victus token. Well, alright, fine. Maybe I'll, throw in a backup plan. A backup plan of a different ending that doesn't require a lot of monetary stuff. And that's just gonna be finding some underwater things. Oh, sure, yeah. We'll do that. A little bit unplanned, but honestly, I don't want to stop stream yet. So, I can find more to do here. Find more endings to inflict upon my people. Sure. I'll roll with it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that rose market deal. And let's see here. Yeah, we'll do that. Sure, we can do a run of that. Like I said, it wasn't exactly planned, but I wasn't expecting to actually finish it so quickly. Probably because, honestly, I got a lot of progress through on the previous stream, more than I thought I would on this. But I can work with it. There is more that I can achieve in Fallen London, in the Sunless Sea, and I shall do so. And by more that I can achieve, more weird endings that I can inflict upon. We won't have as much money transferred over at last time, which is unfortunate, but so it is. So it be. Chug-a-chug-a-log. Here we go, indeed. Off into the world we see. Off to a different horizon we will see. And for that is how it goes. I am not overly worried about things, because, like fuel or supplies or whatever, because we won't need them in a bit. We will not need them in a bit. No, what, sure, I'll just grab the strategic information that I have sitting here. Speak to him. Tales of Terror, strategic information. Then we'll just make one. Oh, let us bring some vital intelligence with us. Sure, why not? Why not, indeed? And here we are, the Avid Horizon. A different way you can end your game in Sunless Sea. Fascinating way. Like I said, I've not done many of these other ways to end your game. But hey, I guess I'll be doing another one that I haven't done after this because, well, I still have hours I want to use. Hours to spend, hours to do. Let us read off the description of this again. We might as well. Avid Horizon. Two vast-winged shapes guard a gate of something like resin. Smooth but uneven. It is a deep Gant, the color that remains when all other colors have been eaten. Ice crusts over the crack between its valves. Approach, and your breath freezes. Falls tinkling in shards from the air. It would be utterly foolish to touch the thing. A merciless wind blows from everywhere to everywhere. It passes without effort through your bridgecoat, your flesh, your lungs. The dock lies empty. Yeah, who would be foolish to touch the thing? Oh, yeah. Open the high gate. A curious miscellany gathered from all across the wide Black Sea. Your companion knows how to use these materials. Materials for the passage? We have. Almost there. Most of the supplies remain packed. The venturer extracts gems, wire, and bone. At the base of each statue, he constructs a kind of cage. At the end of each cage is a candle. We won't light them, he tells you confidently. We'd be seen. The gate only opens when the watchers are blind. Your sailors assist the merchant venturer as he assembles the contents of the crates. A platform takes shape before the gate, a structure like a vast dragonfly or a carnival float. He piles it with cargo. The gate, he tells you, is a law, not a door. In a moment of inattention from its guardians, the law may be broken. This is the option we chose last time. Watch as he completes his scheme. Trade exists beyond the gate, in the high wilderness. The bazaar itself has told me this. I will earn the currencies of heaven. I will return, strong with strange riches. But pass beyond with him. Will you come with me? I don't know when we'll return, but when we do, we will be armored in glory. This will end your game, although your next character will retain something interesting. We can do this with no more than 0 the Horizon Codex. Unlocked with hearts 50, you have 65. Unlocked with 1 Syrian Enigma, you have 1. Thank goodness on that. 'Cause that is something we indeed needed. And with 40 materials for the passage, you have 40. Let us go. An ending approaches. A thing has happened indeed. Oh, a thing has happened indeed. This is a screen. Like I said, I've never done this before. This is new to me. The Venturer's Passage. The gate does not open in the way of other gates. Nothing moves, but its surface blazes bright as the skin of a star. The light is like the savage radiance from the dawn machine's ruptures. The Venturer and his machine shine like glass, their bones illuminated within. A sight so beautiful that sailors cry out and fall to their knees. Brighter still. The light grows brighter still, and now all the colors in all the ice around you are visible. Brighter, and you can see nothing at all. Like I said, look at that background. Oh, that is... that is a background. A place above. You are through. All around you, the blistering, wonderful night of the high wilderness. The stars watch you balefully. The winds of nowhere tear at your hair, Strip away your skin. The venture is laughing. Your cargo unfolds like a map. First, the venture says, the Forge of Souls. Let's see who they'll make for us. You now have one of this, the Horizon Codex. Herein are recorded certain deals of a voyage through XXXX X in the company of XXXXXX on XXXXXX. Use this to increase your pages. Unless you sell it, future captains will have access to it. Your crew quality is gone, because you have jumped through the avid horizon into the high wilderness. Lost with all hands, you and all your crew are gone. London will speculate in vain as to how you might have met your end. That's with no more than will. You will be mourned, but you prepared for your heir. We didn't quite die, but, we did still something what could be considered tremendously foolish. But, going through the Ever Horizon, and going into the high wilderness, is important for Sunless Skies, which we will be playing next. However, since I did this a lot quicker than I thought I would, probably because I just got a whole bunch of Stitchy and Ivory runs, we're not ending the stream here. We're gonna poke around at some more at another ending, because why the hell not? You'll be mourned. A bleak dawn. It's over, for now, but... Your first captain has died. Don't worry. These things happen. Explore boldly with your next captain. Lineage. Captains lost. Captains have died. These things happen. Others will challenge the Undersea. And then choose a legacy. We didn't quite die, but, for all intents and purposes to the Undersea, well, this isn't exactly a victory. But, pages by plus 25. This is a hugely nice one. 25 pages is huge. Now, there are numerous other rewards you can get. Raise anarchists, rise high and go east. That's a long one. While forgotten, find one who is forgotten. That one I still don't know. However, an admiration of her heart. Behold her ladyship. Again, this is something that we did before. However, we balked at the ending of it. So how about we do this one again? How about we do this one again and find her ladyship and do this again. So, our goals will be get our submarine back, and then start poking around abysses to find the right order of things. We are keeping the memento mori. There is no getting around this. We are taking the memento mori. Art's value is 3. Inherited. Inherit their chart. I think we did Salvager last time. Let's do this. It's not huge. It's only 1 Mears, but that's fine. Starting off with a little bit of extra cash is always ideal. And will help us off on our start. Accept legacy. Accept legacy. Rival, because we always want the memento mori. And pupil. I mean, it's the 2 ones we haven't done is shipmate, because honestly, officer isn't a huge deal to transfer over. And corresponding chart also isn't a huge deal. Just means we had to find things again. But This, this captain has gone over the Advent horizon. Now let's have our next captain also do something tremendously foolish. And find, once again, her ladyship in black. Except, let us find the lady in black. Let us meet her. Choose a past. So, we've done a street urchin, and we have done a veteran of the campaign of 68. Let us this time be a poet. Sure, let's be a poet. Educated and articulate, you seek sensation at sea. How lucky you had a legacy to spend. Your long-vanished father had a rich patron, it seems. Give you a bonus to pages, the skill of trickery or knowledge. That one right there. A wise soul. Experience, you have intuition. And your friend, the sly navigator. He's a little vague, but he probably knows what he's doing. Perhaps you can find someone better, eventually. And talk to the navigator to find out where you went. You were a struggling poet. Now you are a Z-captain. Gain 20 echoes, 25 pages. It makes for a ridiculous starting pages that we have now. Have a sly navigator. Someone is looking for passage. No longer a stranger to the strange realm. I mean, we know we're not going to fulfill ambition. Let's just go with this one. Yeah, write tales, learn it. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure it won't go horribly wrong. Madame it is. Whoopsie. Alright, there we go. Tentacles! We'll just do that. Sure. Alright, advise, a mercy, sell this book. We do not need it. You'll notice that one of the first things that is notable here, there's a new thing here now that we have had a captain technically, quote-unquote, die. This is what I thought we'd run into last time, but, apparently you need an actual captain to consider falling under death. As not much death it is, but the Labyrinth of Tigers is open under the patronage of the London Zoological Society to cautious visitors for educational purposes. Here you may see the devil apes of far Mandalay, the Thing in the Mirror, the Cantagastor's children, the gargantuan cave snake, the inhabitor of wolves, the hybrid fiend, and bee. The management recommends that you arrange your exit well before closing time. You notice the Harlot Fry actually has a use here, and provide a rare creature of the labyrinth. Are those young siren serpents? Marvelous, marvelous. We'll pay you handsomely. Of course we will. 500 echoes were on those. That makes them really nice. It's why I was holding on to those Harlot Fries, because I thought, hey, we went through a captain. We should probably see the Labyrinth of the Tigers. We didn't. They didn't die. We succeeded. Also, it is a way to purchase a live specimen from the labyrinth. The labyrinth does not sell its exhibits, but some keepers can be bribed. For 500 echoes. A very costly way to get a live specimen, but it's an option, I guess. How to convert? We will need this, 100%. Because we've done it before, there's that. Ah, a different passenger. Someone in the dock wants to board your ship. Agree to carry the anxious university student to Hunter's Keep. He has no money, so the other captains have no interest. But he's a passionable youth, and promises that his studies on Lorn flutes will be rewarding enough. Alright, that's something different. Welcomed aboard. He jumps for joy as you agree to take him aboard. Thank you, thank you. Please, take me to Hunter's Keep right away. A Lorn fluke, a full, dead Lorn fluke, washed ashore. I'm doing my thesis on them. Do you know they can digest human memory? And I may never have a better chance to study one up close. Bound for Hunter's Keep. It is rare something so awful washes up on shore. Cool. Earnest advice, we'll get a few secrets. And lodgings, read the morning papers. Hey, more supplies. We have that, we have that. First things first that we always do. Study, write a will. Always get a will up ASAP. You know, in case of unfortunate circumstances. Yawn, stretch, and rise from your deck. We'll adopt the Blemmigan again, because why not? We'll unlock the Alarming Scholar, because again, why not? You know what? Easy profit. Thank you, thank you. We will see what the Truthbreaker turbine makes of this. No, we'll never know the contents, but we can smash it into something more fundamental. We aren't going to do that. We have one goal in mind, and yeah. First things first means a submarine. First things first actually means, that has deck auxiliary bridge engines. The cutter has deck forward auxiliary bridge engines. The Corvette also has forward for 3,000 echoes. That's 30 hold. Yeah, we want at least the same hold. Sure, we will... Deck and forward gun. Yeah, okay. Now we will suffice with the Corvette. Like a very angry mole, indeed. Indelible. It's a hell of a default ship name. Dark Abyss. Once again, remember me. Remember Narem. Do not press F. Do not press F. Do not press F. Do not press F. Ah, here we go. Here's the tomb colonist. I was wondering, where was the tomb colonist again? Here is the answer. Here is the tomb colonist. Offer passage. Oddly difficult to die and fall in London, but the tomb colonists are an exception. And so, we shall stock up on a little bit more fuel and supplies. 2-to-1 ratio. Boop, boop. And, yeah. Got our mascot. Let us switch to them. Also, Slide Navigator. Competent. Probably. Trustworthy? Possibly. Speak to the Sly Navigator. The Z Captain. Look at it out there. It's not our friend. Don't forget that. Increase your mirrors. Tell me a tale. I'll tell you another. The Z is full of stories. Was it not higher than 50? The Z. The navigator likes to talk about the Z. He has long opinions on its beauties, its dangers, its salinity, its depth, and its contents. And the rest, every other sentence starts the Z, 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 Z. After a while, you reach the point of semantic satiation, and the word Z means no more to you than the word zoop. Or zop, rather. But you seem to have learned something. Okay, I like that sly little snippet. But you seem to have learned something. Perfect. And so he can increase mirrors. I do talk nonsense about the sea, I know, but I like it. And I like you. By your sincerity, ensure your hearts is at least 20 points higher than your mirrors. What does he want? What does he seek at Z? The Z is enough. But now you mention it, I have always had a desire to see Frostfound, the place where the Z rises to become a castle, the place where questions and riddles do battle for truth. He sighs dreamily, but he is watching you carefully. Yes, Frostfound. Frostfound can be found in the very north of the Z. So, he wants to go to Frostfound. Okay. And, alright then. You have a scion. That won't go away unless you do something. We have an impossible restaurant bill still. Oh my. And we are a mariner. We know something of the sea. We are not a mariner, as in the Seattle Mariners. They just break my heart always. Ah, hello, Sunbird Misty. Welcome in, welcome in. Ahoy, Zaylor, indeed. Welcome in, and good to see you. I hope your evening is going well and such. As is always, I'm playing through Sunless Sea. This is Captain 3 right now. Are you new to the sea? No, I am not. I've played this game before I streamed it, and I've been streaming it for a bit as well. This is Captain number 3 at the moment. First captain I retired in their ambition. The second captain I purposely sent it through the Avid Horizon. And this captain I'm going to send it to the Lady in Black. Because I've never done that before. So I'm gonna do it. My initial plan was that I'd finish off my Sunless Sea playing with that. Got to have a bunch of hours on this game. Yep, it's a very, very fun game in that regards, for sure. Bit of a mogul on this Z. Yeah, there's certainly a lot you can do in that respects. There's a lot you can do. That's why it's like I completed Ambition. Thus, I kind of wanted to see some of the other ways you can effectively end your game, because I haven't done any of those. Because I've just generally tried to go for Ambition stuff. So, thus, I started off with Avid Horizon, just with the intent of I intend to play to go through Sunless Skies after this. So it felt like a good entryway into it, but I finished a bit early in my stream, the Avid Horizon one, so I figured, okay, I guess I'll just poke at some other ways I can end my game. And so I'm here with the intent of the Lady in Black. So it goes. So I'm gonna spy on the house. Quencher the island. No, we can try it. Yeah, we succeeded on that again. Inspect the Lornfluke with the anxious university student. It lies on the shore just beyond a hill. You can just make out the fluke spikes over the grass. So you know about the books. I was gonna say, with the books, do you mean these books right here, the ones that are kind of increase that you just pass on to heirlooms? If those are the books you mean, then yeah. I know about these books. That's why I'm kind of using them to direct me into those. You know, as I've done the Horizon one, and I've taken the final sister up to the surface for A Dream of Red. Now I can get another one from this ending, which is why I'm just gonna do it. Yeah. I know. I know how to get two of the other books because those ones are plainly clear. I think one's anarchist, one is doing the full entire questline to do East, which I've never done, but that's a long thing. That is a very long one. Although I think there's alternative ways of doing things via the establishing a colony, but that isn't exactly a short endeavor either. Let's do this. The ancient student rushes by you, whooping, but he stops on the hilltop. On the shore, standing before the mass of dead needles, is a drowning in a Nuncian postal uniform. He glowers up at you. This is not where the fluke belongs, the drowny cries in a plummy voice. It's to be taken elsewhere. It already has a delivery label. The Lukefort has a delivery label on it? And that means I have to deliver it. The student sneers. Sod your label. Madame, help me haul the beast to Station 3. My advisor at the college has arranged a room there for the dissection and study. My work will benefit us all. It takes a bit. Yeah, it does. There are definitely some things that take a bit in this game. And I did a lot of stuff with on my ambition run, which was great. So now I'm just trying to poke things at what I can. Oh, hello, Lorn Fluke Eye. It is staring into one's soul. Where will you deliver the Lorn Fluke? There is only one fluke. They can't both have it. Transport the Lorn Fluke to Station 3. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the student says. Transport the new Lorn Fluke to Nuncio. It is labeled already, after all. Huh. Speaking of starting things I haven't done before, I've never run into this starting event, so I'm not sure which is... Might go for the Station 3 one. That seems like it'd be easier. I have commissioned the student to do things, although, I'm sorry, Nuncio Postman. I know you're just compelled to do these things. Although the idea that a Lorn Fluke has a label is weird, to say the least. But sure. Transport the Lorn Fluke to Station 3. Loaded with extreme caution, the Lorn Fluke is tied, by very reluctant sailors, to drag behind your stern. On your deck, the ancient student twitches with delight. I can't believe what we have. His hand tightens on the railing. The drowny postman stares up at you both. It's natural for corpses to grimace, but when the corpse is still alive and is actively upset at you, it is additionally disturbing. You don't say. Bound for Station 3. Alright, let's present ourselves at the house while we're here. And get some Salt's attention. And again. Phoebe. Lost Terror. And supplies and Storm's attention. Okay. To Vendor Bite. And then, for our submarine adventures, we're gonna then need to head south. Press F, do not press F. It's something I'm literally having to chant myself since I'm now on another fresh run. Desperately do not press F. I am very used to having the Avid suppressor. I do not have it on this ship. Please me, do not press F and explode my ship, as I have before. Rather avoid exploding myself. That is an unideal course of action. Then, a very unideal course of action. So, we shall just enjoy the sea at a perfectly normal sloth pace of beginningness. Yep. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. The suppressor is very, very good. Yeah. I do like the suppressor. This ship does not have an F slot though, so, I'll have to deal with it. Alright, and here's the different one that I haven't undo. A poet. Days of Shrooms and Roses. The new tomb colonist surveys Vanderbite, is shaking her head. It won't do, she says. It won't do at all. A plan? I have no idea the place would be quite so unprepossessing, rather. Perhaps we can liven it up a little yet. If only I knew a helpful Z-captain. Bring 10 units of mushroom wine to Vandervite, and perhaps they'll have something for you. Oh, that's not as straightforward as all the rest of them. Interesting. Say if I'm poorer than I thought. Only 124,000 echoes. That is still a lot of echoes to me. The most I had was on the end of my first run, which was legit just, which was the run I finished for having the wealth ambition, so I had like 30,000 by the end of it, and I think that's the highest I've gotten. My max is 320,000. Whew, that is a lot of echoes. That is a lot of echoes. Trading Dead Surmise for a run. Ah, yeah, okay, that will definitely get you a bit of money, for sure. I'm gonna definitely get you a bit of money. I like how we get to aggro the bats. All of this is just bats in the background. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Next, you can think of some way to allay their fears. No, we'll leave it, as much as it hurts to. We don't plan to be on this run for tremendously long. Although, long enough that I'm gonna get an extra bit of money. Because we want to start off this. Accept the commission. And there we go. Gather gossip, and forward. And, oh right, bats. It's fine, we have a solution for bats. Yes, I do. Yes, I do have Submariner. So on my first run, I did a whole bunch of the storylines for the Submariner deal. And here, I'm effectively going to do the Submariner ending because I'm going to do the Lady in Black stuff. So I'm going to be, once I go back down to get the Submariner upgrade again, I'm going to be trolling around abysses to find the right order of well, abyss rights. So that'll be hello there, Lifeberg. So that'll be a journey, poking around abysses to throw myself at the Lady of Black. Which should be another one of the ending items. The 10 pages one. Yeah, the trade routes in Submarine are insane. That you are not wrong about in the slightest a bit. I was running into that, and it's like, especially if you get Rack up to full prosperity, the having Rack doing really well makes its shop absolutely insane. Oh my god, that Lifeberg's zooming! Actually make a huge amount of money from poor rack. I'm sure you can do that as well. Rich rack does very well on some side things and for amazingly cheap supplies and fuel. Also, I'd just like to say, I have never seen a Lifeberg zoom that bloody fast. I have never seen a Lifeberg zoom that fast, and that was absolutely terrifying. That was terrifying how fast that Lifeberg was moving. Make more money on Porak if you're willing to trade through a bunch. Yeah. I can definitely see that. Rich Rack definitely just makes you have, effectively, an extra further away from London port that you can just resupply and restock up on. And it can be kind of handy, dependent upon where Rack it winds up being. Lifeberg? Okay. This Lifeberg did not decide to head off at Mach 5 speed. And thank goodness for that. And more outlandish artifacts. Not intending to farm Lifebergs, but, they just have to keep... Why is there another Lifeberg here? They just keep appearing. They just keep coming. I found the Lifeberg invasion, folks. Found the invasion of Lifebergs. And I'm fighting them off single-handedly. I mean, this is profitable at least. Not what I intended to do coming up here, but, it is technically profitable. And kaboom. And kaboom. I still have that dinky old deck gun, that's why it's going a little bit slower. No, 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 no. And some more outlandish artifacts. Okay, I think if I'm just gonna keep on doing this, I've apparently found a way that just keeps on getting me, Lifebergs constantly. Which is a bit crazy, actually. Just Lifebergs galore. I don't want to get by them, but I'm kind of a bit slow. Also, they terrify me when I'm in Small Boat McGee. Then let us finish. Alright, if there's another Lifeberg, I will actually just sneak by this, because this is getting silly. Oh, you don't have pearls. Towards the coastline. Any other Lifebergs wanting to murder me? Okay, okay. We've run out of Lifebergs. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we have run out of Lifebergs trying to murder us. That was a bit silly. That was a little bit silly. But oh well, it's fine. We have survived the Lifeberg apocalypse. Now we can do what I meant to do, which is see if we have a close avid horizon. I take no damage off of the Lifebergs, however, I accidentally bump into the dock of Wither. And thus, I have suffered damage. Because of course. We can try the shredded jellyfish. Hey! Jellyfish, the food of queens. Traces of its venom still remain, just enough to make your tongue tingle and alter your consciousness a touch. Your pulse accelerates, and odd thoughts sparkle in the forefront of your mind. Jellyfish. Nothing there. Okay. Got a report. Let us... Codex should be right next door as usual. No thank you, Lifeberg. Did I just say Lifeberg? Did you not see, like, the million... There's 2 of them there! What is with all the Lifebergs right now? I am being hounded by Lifebergs. I have never seen 2 spawn at once up there. What is this? What is this Lifeberg nonsense? No, Lifebergs, be gone. Be gone with y'all. I have never had so many Lifebergs up north here. I'm used to at maximum 2. 1 when you're entering in, and then 1 in that upper area. Not 3 different ones spawning there. And at least 3 up here, and Mount Nomad? Oh gods. Oh gods. Oh gods. Oh gods. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck me. Hi! Welcome to my unluckiest start at the time being. All the Lifebergs and Mount Nomad are out for my flesh. This I was not expecting when heading up here. And hey, we have a close avid horizon. Oh, dear gods, that was horrifying. Let's get up to Avid Horizon. I know it's there. Suffice to say, I am not taking the same route back. Mount Nomad in this ship is 100% no. It is all the nope. So let's account for what we ran into. 6 Lifebergs and Mount Nomad. The entire Z was out to get me here. Apparently they are taking offense to me trying to do a different throw my life away. Explore along the shoreline. Oh fuck, that's not the one I wanted. Ah, shit. Well, okay. I messed up. I don't think that was what I wanted. Okay. My bad. I was too flustered by that. Oh, we have a Hunter's Eye. Turn the Hunter's Eye. I got too flustered by, everything trying to kill me, clearly. And that was my bad. I could have sworn that. Yeah, that's not what I was expecting. I only thought there was one start there deal. Did I imagine things, or did I just stumble upon a second one by accident? Da, 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 da. Yeah, did I just oops my way into a different deal? Oh, no, it was the right thing. Okay. Sorry, let me read it off then, because I just kind of zoomed through it. Beneath the black and freezing water, a ship lies rusting. Its hull has been torn like paper. Lifeberg's work? Some of the supplies and cargo are salvageable. Why were they bringing sapphires here? So, apparently that's a rare... Oops. Apparently that's a rare event version that you can get of that. Which is unfortunate for me, because I was hoping for the eyeless skull, as I usually get on that. Although humorous that it is wound up being a Lifeberg-related text. It seems I'm just being haunted by Lifebergs this time around. Who knew? The sea has had enough of my shenanigans, and it's decided, hey, would you please die? No thank you, game, not like this. There's trade route using Submariner. You pick up supplies as cheap as you can get it, buy prisoners' honey at struggling rack, and take it to the Gantz pool and trade them 1-to-1 for shrieks. Then take the shrieks to Trimshander for a 1-on-1 on Mutter Salt. You can then take the Mutter Salt to Anth for a 1-on-1 ratio. I assume the rest of that will be continued in next statement. But that is already a amusingly convoluted trade route. On Skintalak, okay. It's 1 ratio on Skintalak. So you're basically trading... Yeah, you're trading... You're trying to get cheap supplies that you can, and then whatever price you get on that is effectively exchanging for that, for Skintalak. That is certainly a trade. That is certainly a trade route. 1 supplies for Skintalak. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty crazy. Which sells for 70 apiece. Yeah, that's certainly why. God damn it, bats. Piss off. Explore vendor bites. We want to do this. Trade in the Hunter's Eye for captivating treasure. It's unfortunate we didn't get the eyeless skull, but c'est la vie. It has decided instead I'll get sapphires. Might as well. Ah, lamentable relic. For the bat sleeve. 7 piece, so you can go up the surface and get it cheap, or to Estival for free food. Yeah. And I'm sure if it usually isn't for me, but if you go the Estival route, then and Mangrove College is on the way, I could see one taking advantage of that in the same vein. But yeah, Surface is definitely the cheap place for supplies, if you can get over the fuel cost of going up and down. But if you have, like, the trading vessel, then I can see how you can very much make it worthwhile off of that. Just in sheer bulk. Although that is certainly a lot of traveling and a lot of button clicks. Frostfound is your best friend. Frostfound is already my best friend. Just taking tea with the squatters for terror reduction, supply, and fuel is good at that. I can just imagine it can be helpful in other ways, too. But that's what I like using it for. Yep, exactly. Terror reduction, free... good amount of terror reduction, supplies, and fuel. Yeah, sure. Go for it. Be in the vicinity anyways. Alright, go on. Let's hear more of these fun, crazy trade routes that I've never done, because I usually build up my wealth other ways. But that just makes it all the more interesting to see what sort of routes other people have figured out. Because clearly, based upon your previous sayings, you definitely know how to make a lot of money. Also, we need 100% repair our ship. Almost like I ran into all the evil. Wait, I did. I got mauled by ice. Consart coffee to Irene for linen, then down to Dahat. Which, I know Dahat you can definitely sell the office stuff for really good. Consart I've heard can have some good purchasing, it just takes a bit of effort to unlock it first. But once you've unlocked it, 40 Echo a piece for coffee, 69 a piece for the linen. Yeah, that sounds less convoluted, but still good profit, and usually Khan's Heart, Irem, and Dahat tend to not be in too bad of proximity to each other either. Can employ the Cladary Air, or what's my other alternative? New recruits, the Cannoneer, who I can get elsewhere, and Navigator, which I can get elsewhere. Okay, yeah, that's definitely the better one. Let's just get a Surgeon on board, and boop. Scholar, we want... That's those two things again. Go figure. Extraordinary and that. 29 Echo Profit. If Frostbound is in between, you can literally farm Terror Reduction from Frostbound Irene. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would work out very, very well. Yeah, in my past 2 runs, I've literally had Frostbound right above the Khanate, so that's probably, like, the most ideal place you can have it for that purpose. Just right above the Khanate. Like, and here's where you need to be. Just right here. Lodgings, London. Also enough about the game that I have written a Song of the Sea upon my captain's first return to London. Damn, that's impressive, because the Song of the Sea is well, it's not easy. It is tremendously complex. So, yeah, good on you for that, Accord. Got off all this stuff for the Zon without going back to London until I could finish it. Yeah, that's quite the achievement. That is very much quite the achievement. Good on you there. Because, I haven't played the game that much. I've played the game a fair bit. I've definitely not played it to that extreme. But that is a fair play to be able to manage that, because that's pretty good. Codex. Codex, eh? Alright then. That wants me to go back to Lifeberg Hell. Go figure. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. But it's fine. Extraordinary. Or unread log there. Yeah, because I know from the Zone of the Sea, it's like the Zone of the Sea, and I know because I ran into it in my case, in that the Zone of the Sea is a bit of a beginner trap. It sounds simple on principle to choose as an initial ambition, but it actually does take a lot of effort to gather up everything. Actually, my establishment game on Twitch. That's what got me my first few consistent viewers. Nice, nice. I've definitely, and this definitely includes you. I've definitely gotten a fair few folks that is quite from playing through my Sunless Sea streams, which is actually pretty impressive considering how sort of a niche game it is, but it is still a tremendously good game, and I guess that just means that the people who are on Twitch and are looking for it are definitely a bit more devoted into finding it and kind of finding those streams, because it's a rarer breed. Yeah, exactly. We are all sailors. And then the other part of the equation for me is that if I get, like, even a few people interested in the game who've never heard about it before, all the better. All the better. It's a game that deserves more attention because it is a fun game. We're all captains, we all know the sea. For sure. To various different degrees, but certainly for sure. We all start somewhere, and we all progress where we progress. A good night out. Excellent. Let's repair our ship. I'm an old sailor. I love seeing younger captains. Yeah, let's see here. How many hours do I have in Sunless Sea at the moment? I've got now after the streaming I've done with it, I have about, if we include the time I've been streaming today, about 44 plus 475. Yeah, just shy of a bit like 180 hours or such, which is pretty good for my divided attention with a whole bunch of different games. But yeah, I have currently about like 177, 178 hours or something like that of playtime in Sunless Sea. So I'm not like huge expert, but I've definitely put a fair share of time into the game. Enough that, and especially under the guise of when I streamed it, I took the opportunity to like do as much of the different ports as possible. I'm at almost exactly 240. Okay, fair enough. So actually, I might have a little bit more than I thought in relative. I just haven't gone full in on the efficientizing of trade routes that clearly you figured out, which is very impressive. Yeah, I've not done a number of the ambitions or the like, but yeah. What other games do I play? Oh, that's uh I'm a very much a huge variety of what I streamed. I've played a lot of different things to put in perspective of what I'm currently doing on stream stuff, just to show kind of the spectrum of range. I've been doing Sunless Sea. I just finished up playing Doom 2016 for the first time. I'm playing Final Fantasy X HD Remaster for the first time. And I've been playing Troubleshooter Abandoned Children for the first time, which is like a huge range of games. And then of other games I've just played, that's a lot. I play through a huge range of games. I play a fair few JRPGs. I play a number of tactical games. Play some Monster Hunter-ish and slash God Eater games. Mountain Blade, I've done that. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance was a new one, so yeah. Same way, like survival games, multiplayer co-ops, rogue likes, especially deck builders. That's fair. The main roguelike I've played and got into, which no surprising, it's gotten a lot of people into roguelikes, is Hades. I enjoyed the hell out of Hades. I do like survival games. Both the Subnautica games are an enjoyment for my part. I love both of those. Multiplayer co-ops, I think. Yeah, I've played play those with friends, of course. Definitely your more multiplayer style things. Vermintide's one of those. Yeah. Hades is good. I like all the deals. I've not tried Product Zomboid. I have heard of it, and I have watched another streamer play it. Given the person who I've watched it play it might not be the best of example, or maybe the best if you consider it, but it's Josh from Let's Game It Out, so that's a little bit of different vibe, but I have seen and heard of the game through them, and that's certainly a very complex game. I've noticed there's a lot of things to keep track of for a zombie game in that. But it is interesting in that respects. Completely repair your hull. Yes, let's do this. Let's correct my hull. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. So yeah, I have seen it. Haven't played it, but I definitely have seen. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, that's just that. Okay. That's what it is. Amazingly realistic, and everyone having used to it have gone through a gradient of, I hate this game's realism too, I love this game's realism. Fair enough, fair enough. And I can see how that can happen, because like I said, the first thing I definitely did notice while watching other people play it is just that it certainly has certainly has a lot to keep track of in it, in terms of how the injury scale works, just all of those aspects are like, huh, that is a lot to that game. That is a surprising amount to that. Cool to play with friends too, because it's an open world. Yeah, I do recall that as well. It's definitely one of those interesting things that it's like, it's somewhat on my radar, but also I have so many other games. I'm trying not to overload myself with games that I really need to get through. Game that I've had the most genuine social interaction in games. Fair enough, fair enough. Certainly glad you've enjoyed it, and I can definitely see why you would enjoy it. It definitely seems like a cool concept of a game. 100%. Me, I think I've gotten most of my social interaction game-wise, and this is just in the name of effectively how much like of my current friend group is caused by it is Final Fantasy XIV. That's where a lot of my current friend group is from, so that's probably what I'd rate as one of my bigger social interactions that I've caused from. Because of that, I play a whole bunch of different games with them and the like. So, I owe a lot to Final Fantasy XIV in that respects. So, I can definitely understand that, like, a game giving you a whole bunch of good social interaction, because, well, one needs to find that somewhere. Been obsessed with it. Played Up since its release, though. Played Up? I'm not sure I've heard of that. What is Played Up? I was curious to hear about other things. Also, hello, Mutton Island. This time around, yet, you have not been succumbed by the drownies. This is probably ideal for you all. Nice to see lights here again, though. Wandering Parson. We do not want the wretched log. Porter Port. There we go. Yoink. Alright, down we go. Let's hang off to the left, because we know what's off to the left. Restaurant management game like Overcooked, but it's a roguelike game. Huh. I have seen Overcooked played by others, so I know what you're talking about there. So, a restaurant management game that's a roguelike. Interesting. That's certainly a different concept. To four-player chaotic strategy. Interesting. I think I cut that crab a bit close. Oh, it still cost me damage. Okay, fine. Be that way, crab. Be that way, crab. And it's built-in Twitch integration. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. If just to see what it's got going on for it. Make your Twitch account to allow your viewers to show up as customers. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's been a number of games out recently that have been trying to go really huge on the Twitch integration. Like I've seen a lot of streamer folks in my circle been playing a lot of Cult of the Lamb too, and that's another game that has that seems to have a lot of Twitch integration into it. So it seems like there's a fair bit more games that are trying to kind of effectively act upon the whole Twitch integration angle on things, and really emphasize on it more. So that's interesting to hear about. Very interesting indeed. Thank you for telling me about it. To look it up, just to appease my curiosity. I want to play it sometimes. It also has remote play, so I could let you give it a try if you want. Fair enough. I'll keep it in mind. I don't have a lot of room at the moment for new stuff, just because I have too many games and dealing with some stuff. But yeah, that's it. The offer is certainly appreciated. I will definitely keep that in mind. On that note, in case, just as in, pause. Just as an easy way of keeping contact. If you want to join up into my Discord, then well, that'd be a way to keep contact in matters of that and such. If I do want to act upon something like that or the like, so there we go. Don't usually advertise that much, but hey, might as well in a case like this. Oh, hello, Irrepressible came in here. I'll just take you along since I'm here. Okay, good. Didn't lose stats. That is always a good thing. Don't want to sell that. And buy more fuel. Don't run into the Iron Republic. That would be unideal. Okay, what's trying to kill me now? Oh god, there's a Republican dreadnought here. I'm not used to being in a tiny boat again. Sounds fun. Game aside, I wouldn't want to stream my real life bachelor's cooking. Fair. I enjoy cooking. I'm not sure anyone else would find what I cook interesting, because I'm a huge make things into wraps or some sort of things I can eat with hands, but yeah. Yep, maybe I can just see some of my friends. Networking is how we Twitch streams go. Yep, that is perfectly fair indeed. That's why I figured it's like, hey, I'll just post a Discord, and that's an easy way to share all the context stuff, especially on stream, because I can just enter in the command. Any glowing dreadnoughts? No? Good. The Grand Geode always terrifies me in that regards, because it has the nasty stuff around it. We finished the Clodary Heart quest. I have effectively gone through. I effectively have. I've never actually picked up the Clodary Heart ship, because it's a horrible trap, and I usually always have a better ship that I like by the time of it. But I pretty much completed everything of the Clodary Heart quest up to actually picking it up from the port. So I've done everything up to actually picking up the ship, but I have completed all the other aspects of that quest, and it's a fun ship. I mean, it's a fun quest. I just wish the ship wasn't so kind of and coming with a full crew, because the full crew means your supplies get devoured and devoured and devoured. Let's pick up a first officer. Oh, cannoneer, you go in. Slide navigator, and goodbye. And that'll help. But yeah, it is very much a fun, interesting one, because there isn't much quests that deal with living ship stuff. I think it's only the only things that really goes into the concept of living ships is the Clottery Heart one, and when you do the immortality ambition. Time I finished that quest, the first time I already had my merchant ship. Yeah, exactly. I usually already have a better ship by that point, so it's like, I do not want to pick you up. I'm sorry, interesting but weird living ship. I have, a better ship. That, say, has a better gun or better cargo hold. Supposed to be the first big ship you get. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like, not everyone... It's like, even... Hello, behind the mustache. Please leave me alone. Oh, it sees me. Okay. Yeah, it definitely is, but it's like, it takes a little bit more effort than folks would think to get it, compared to just money. Do I have a kid? No. Oh, if you mean in, if you mean in this, then not on this run at the moment, but I do have a scion already from past go-throughs. But not on this run. I don't know why my mind defaulted to real life, but that one certainly, no. Not even close. Truffle abroad. Pan for sapphires? Oh no, a tiger is asking about our nutritional value. Let us leave. And submarine. Alright, excellent. But yeah. So I have the Scion modifier from my previous runs. Yeah, in-game, yeah. I don't know why, it's like, took a second, then it's like, wait a second, why am I thinking that? That's not even in the slightest bit what was probably being asked about. I don't know. Mind does weird things. Okay, good. It's a big key for getting ahead. Yes, I got it. I got on my first run. I pretty much got a lot of things on my first run that I succeeded on. I've been just coasting on. Shops, supplies. Give me some more supplies. And now that we have this, now we do the fun thing. The fun thing, finding abysses. Let us go find the abysses in the neath. God damn it, this. Behemoth. I do not want to singe your mustache off your face. Please relinquish your pursuit of me. Please? Afraid to drop down quite. Okay. Now I should be able to safely go down. Just escape some attention around these parts. Alright, cool. Submarine, all full and operational. Now we just need to find where the abysses are. And make good notes on what is where. And what types are where. Alright, for now, let's go back to the surface. Now that I'm sure that the key mustache isn't following us. Also, this sounds like Mangrove College? Yeah, I'll be damned. This is a mighty close Mangrove College than what I usually run into. Well, okay then. A very close mangrove college on the docket. Not what I expected, but it's here. Intense stare. Oh, it's the impolite. Alright, fine. Take it as hint. Sure. Remove that tutorial. Sure, we'll pick up maybe starter while we're here. Pick up a passenger while we're here. And compile the port report. You do not have the hold space for otherwise on the supply accord. We'll slot her in, thus we will go a wee bit faster. And now we continue our hunt. Wait, did I get a port report? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Alright, anyways, now we continue to hunt for the abysses. Very, very, very slowly hunt for the abysses. There we go. That gets rid of that marker on. And another secret. Which is a good thing. Another useful route is running supplies from Estival to Hideaway. Ah, yeah, those two places do usually tend to be pretty close together, so that does make sense. That does indeed make sense. Slowly, slowly chugging along. Maybe I need to buy a little bit of a faster engine. If we're going to be abyss hunting, that might not be a bad idea. Just a little bit. Just a little bit speedier. And, oh, hi, pirate ship. Oh, you have torpedoes. Okay. Usually I kill them before they get that off. Alright, goodbye you. Ooh. Captain, what are you thinking? I'm thinking I have a little bit too much stuff on right now. Right, that works. There are tiles for the islands. Highland is always northeast of Esso. Yeah, that's definitely what it's always seemed like. Yeah, for sure. Yep, definitely. It changes, but there are always general rules about where things stand. Like, for example, Chapel of Lights and Avid Horizon is definitely also one of the bigger ones tied to each other in that Chapel of Lights is always just southwest of Avid Horizon. Or, more accurately to how you usually find it, Avid Horizon is northwest of Chapel of Lights. Because those are very intrinsically tied together. I'd say for better or worse, but it's just for worse and for even worse. Drop off the shady sort. And sacrifice one of our people for a port report. Goodbye, crew member. Ah, shit, that actually did drop me down. Whoops. I should not have done that. I should not have done that. I forgot that I didn't have my usual buffer of crew. That is my bad. Okay. Time to slowly creep my way back up to London. Always in the south. Yeah, it's generally somewhere closer to the Elder Continent. Just like how Frostfound always has to be north. And Irene, for that matter. Or at least how I generally run into Irene. Actually, generally, yeah. It's like, usually it's if Irene up here, and Keen Eater's castle down there. This was indeed a mistake on my part. It's fine. We'll just slowly make our way back to London. Slowly. But yeah. Like how the left side is always generally going to be consistent or whatnot, yeah. There's definitely those rules you can get for a sense of trying to find matters. Hello, pirate ship. I'm not going to be able to outrun you, so how about I just out-firepower you? As I bonk myself into an island like a fool. Boop. 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 Although, yeah, generally, Mangrove College is definitely in the south, but usually my Mangrove College tends to be, like, around here or here. Clearly this time it decided to be all the way on the left. A barrel of linen. I can sell that. Left Edge, Irene, Port Carnelian, and King Eater Castle are always in the same spot. Yeah, that sounds absolutely correct, yeah. I know it's not quite the left end, but but in my mind, Port Carnelian is effectively in my head, it lumps up with that to the left, just because it is effectively already just always there, just slightly off. Talk about the Z some more. The Z. Put my mirrors up by that one little bit. Other edges can rearrange, but only along their edge. Yeah, like, you're eventually always gonna find Adam's Way and Varches down here in the Elder Continent, because it makes no sense otherwise where they would be. So, that you always get just by going along the edges. For sure. Yeah, I should be a little bit closer, yeah. There you go. That sees us the Abyss names. There's one right in front of London that I'll check. Slowly. Because mistakes were made. Do do do. Do 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 do. I think goes to the East Edge too. So basically, Estival, Empire of Hands, Savior's Rocks probably is your other East Edge. Shall it count towards the East Edge as well? Probably. Probably, yeah. Oh, it's the same islands, only rearranged. Yeah. You can definitely get a knack for the pattern. Which is why probably I have absolutely never done the legacy that passes down your chart, because it's like, yeah, I can figure things out eventually well enough. Eventually. Obviously it takes a little bit more guessing in the middle, but you'll eventually find things. Glad I made this mistake while there's people to chat with, because this makes this far more durable. Indurable, rather. And all this just because I wanted a port report. I'm a fool. Yeah, exactly. Especially when there are so much better legacies to grab, like money. Or the one I like to consistently do once I have it, just keep on bonking forward the Memento Mori. I mean, maps, no more secrets from finding them. Yes, and then there's that as well. Exactly. Secrets and fragments and the like, which you can very much well, need for a lot of deals. For a lot of deals. Oh, because I finally went underwater. That's right. I've never done this one, but this idea of an option is just hilarious. Ah, yes. Ah, don't you just look delicious asking those questions? I'm sure the guy is like, nope. So I'll just take all the money. That is a fair course. Just getting all money is good. I just really like the memento mori. I just like the memento mori too much, and I like just having that edge off right off the bat. I just like it too much. Which abyss is this? What right out immediately in London is ideal? Sounds of undulating. Pomegranates. We have pomegranates. Okay, so that is number 3. It's, not the one we want to start off with, but hey, we know which number 3 is. Pomegranates. This one is Bad Stevener. I remember it because I keep on making fun of its name every time I pass it. Bad Stevener Rift. Alright, so that is pomegranates near London. Increase irons by 20, decrease mirror by 10. No, I don't want that. And I don't want to dive more here. Dive them all. Okay. So that's abyss number 3 we need to get to. We do not want to be here at the current moment. That's the 3rd of the order we want to go into. Bad Stevener's Abyss. It's an abyss. Okay, not Rift. Bad Stevener's... Bad Stevener's Abyss. Alright, we have a do note of that as I just get my notes prepared for other... Damn it. As I get my notes prepared and run into a dock because I'm not paying attention. It's fine. This is fine. So we found number 3 pomegranates, means we need to find the others. The other ports. What are your thoughts on Visage? Visage is very interesting in concept. I honestly wish it had a little bit more to it, because you can just kind of, especially when you know what you're doing, you can just kind of breeze through it in one sitting, but it is interesting lore, Visage. It is interesting. It just doesn't have, it just winds up being kind of a like one-off visit with not much else to it. So, I wish it had a little bit more to it, but the lore is at least interesting in that it's a very unique deal compared to all the rest of the islands. It's just important you can kind of breeze through it, but then just kind of once you're done with it, you're done with it. There's nothing else to really get out of it once you're done with it. That's the unfortunate part of it. Oh, hello, Merchant Venture. We're not gonna do you, but I'm gonna start you just in case I can... Nope, not doing anything there. Like, nope, not getting those. Irons by 2, hearts, pages. Which one are we gonna use a lot? Let's actually... Flinching Eye... The Splendor. Let's do this one. Let's get our hearts up a little bit. Something that... And also, it's one we haven't done. Something to recall brighter days. The gold needle pricks. Lily Clathermont hums. The design is complete. a kind of radiance. To remember the sun by, she says, wistfully, is now the splendor. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Once you complete it, you can do basic tasks in there in mask, and then remove the mask drops your tear. Alright, that is a fair point. That is definitely a fair point. I think I just usually wind up using other means to reduce my tear, so I kind of forget it has it there. I also get fragments for secrets, too. You can. You can also... There, the other way I found for fragments that kind of gets you a little bit more as well if you do enough hunting of flames is Godfall and just trading a hunting trophy in for stories and fragments. That one sort of works too in that regards. Also, if you want a lot of stories and are capable of hunting a lot of things, well, you can get a fair bit out of that. But yes, you're right for there. So, I guess it does at least give you a little bit more than, say, once you finish up Nuncio. Stick to the Northern Z most of the time. Yeah, I tend to have a lot... I've tended to have a lot more routes in the north as well. Particularly dependent upon where I end up having Port Cecile wind up, because I tend to rotate... I tend to plan a lot of routes around that. Godfall was a big part of the song. That's what I realized once I figured out what that trade actually gives you. It's like, that's actually a really convenient way of getting all that stuff. As long as you've hunted up a bunch of things, but yeah, that's actually a means. Don't want to retire. I don't even know why I'm here. Oh, right, because I was getting the recent news. Of course. Safety in the north as long as you can land in Dahat. Yeah, Dahat is a good refueling point because it's pretty much same with prices as Wolfstack. A little bit cheaper on one deal, but other than that, yeah. Terror, we don't need that at the moment. Honestly, not wholly important. Port reports. Get some money and fuel. What's our hold at, by the way? 6. Okay. Ah, it's blank again. But of course. Carnelian. Grand Geode. Quaker's Haven. Okay, that was exactly it. As for here, sell. I had to get the Dread Surmise for the Son without selling out London to the Geode. And that took a bit of Syrian Enigmas. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine so. It's like, there's technically a way here, but losing the Alarming Scholar is not a great thing. Because it means then, say, for, like, this captivating treasure that I'm about to sell, you have to find other means to get rid of them, and that's going all the way to Khan's Shadow. So, having the Alarming Scholar is very, very convenient. And if you're just intending not to return to London before you have everything, then, well, you obviously can't do them because you're not landing in London. That too, I realize now. That as well. And we'll sell 2 of these. Let's get our antiquarians up a little bit more. I guess that means 3, actually. Alright, fine. Boop. Increase to 3. And we will leave that at that. How's this in our hold? Soothing Long Cooper the Long Box. Dead Surmise trade was nerve-wracking. Fair. Trying to remember what other means you get for Dread Surmises, but I can't fully remember just because I've only done the Dread Surmise, like, once for the shielding for the colony, and I didn't finish the colony on that. Tens of thousands of echoes in Dread Surmise. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that's certainly nerve-wracking when going around. Like, you do not want to lose any of that. Shops. Shops. Million yards. Here we go. I want you. A little bit of overkill. Maybe. I'm tired of going slow, however. I am very tired of going slow. Yards. How much is that deck gun again? Aft weapon, forward weapon, deck weapon. 900? You know what? Sure. We'll invest it. We will invest. And boop. Sell that. And sell that. Okay. That should work me a little bit better. That should work me better. Keep an eye out on opportunities to keep up art. And keep up getting funds as we're searching for the abysses. Haven, that's our accomplishments. That's that. We can do... Yeah, we can do 1, 2, 3. Auto max this out there. Have everything else turned in? I believe so. Fragments, all those. Found something valuable. Fortunately, the valuable that I... alternative that I didn't want, but oh well. The Prophet, however, paid for 2 entirely fully kitted out dreadnoughts for the next 2 captains to go sport hunting. Fair enough. Fair enough. That would do it. That would very much do it. Oh, right. I almost forgot the important thing of why I came back to London. Putting myself with more crew. Nah. We have the irrepressible gunneer. We'll be keeping with them. So, London. Hire on more crew. 2. Yes, that works. Okay. Now we're better. Now we can head out. Now that we are not at slowest speed. Yeah. I like the Dreadnought. I got the Dreadnought on my first on my ambition run. That was my first run through on stream. And it was it's fun. It's overkill where the frigate can work for a lot of purposes, but I don't care. I have too much fun with that, with the Dreadnoughts. Just feeling incredibly spiteful of the sea. You're like, yep, you are not going to do much to me. Alright. Let us keep an eye out for abysses. For that is our goal on this run. Still don't press F. Bad thing about getting not into doing F is that F is very conveniently right next to everything else. No islands within range. Exactly recall the usual placement abysses. I know they generally tend to be nearish to ports, though. Not guaranteedly, but generally-ish. So let's hope we can find what we can find. And explore around, just looking for them. There's one usually near Mount Palmerston, so that would have made... No. Well, I guess I found the Fungine station. Sure, we'll take it. tied to certain formations islands. Yeah, that's what I thought I recalled. But I remember there one usually being around like Mount Palmerston and the like. Sport confidences. Tea with the factor. Ah, yes, a fine restaurant and vendor bites. And port reports. Yeah, they're usually things I just end up stumbling upon, but this is like the one time I'm like, alright, here's my objective, to search them out. Oh dear, I have to search them out now. I think it's relatively random, like which abyss type something winds up being. I think so, anyways. The pirate poet by chance? Because I wouldn't mind it. Some money. Yes, it is. Alright, cool. Hello, pirate poet. Here to start your extortion again. Boop. Boop. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. Songbird, it is greatly appreciated. Getting hired so you're gonna pop out? Alright then. I very much appreciate just kind of chatting with you throughout all this, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. And again, thank you for the follow. Take care. Hello, Pirate Poet. 400 echoes. Haha. I'm out of water. I hope I'm not out of juice. Let me check. Okay. Good. That is an adorable emote. That is a very adorable emote. Yep, have a good night. As I pour myself some lemonade to keep my throat going. Didn't realize I ran out of water. Oh, Chonyi Rift. That's a thing. Hopefully a thing. I mean, I know it's an abyss, but... Underwater settlement somewhere to the northeast. Okay, we'll take a look at that later. Alright, dive. What are you? Ah, the Abyss of Graves. That's the last one. I have 3, but I love it that I got the artist I did. Yeah, same. I am extremely happy with it. Extremely happy with the modes that I got commissioned, because the artist did a wonderful job with them. In my case, I got mine from an artist called Delta Flareon, and they did a fantastic job with my emotes. Yeah, those are pretty good emotes too. Also, you also have a fire one. Excellent. I love fire. Fire and explosions. My fire one I actually didn't plan to have animated, but the artist just decided to make it animated on the fly. So I was like, okay, I'll take it. I will very much take it. Alright, so graves. We have graves here. Alright, depart. For me, on fire means angry. For me, it's just my extreme like of explosions and things being on fire. Slight difference, but same principle. Similar principle. Similar enough. Alright, Chonyi Rift. Pause this so I can write this information down. So, Chonyi Rift has graves, which is the last one we need. So we are way too far ahead schedule on this, but it is near... When I'm on fire, I'm angry. I mean, that's an appropriate time to be on angry when you are on fire. That is absolutely correct. It does make sense. So, near-ish Chapel of Lights. Right, so we found 3 and 4, pomegranates and graves. Yep, Chungy Rift. I can see the difference on why that is, because that has a little angry deal and all that. While my explosions one is just sheer glee. Okay, that's a better landmarker, near the Ragged Crow. Near Ragged Crow. Anyway, sleep now. Yep. Good night, and thank you very much. I will definitely sleep well when I sleep well. When I get to it. I hope you have a good sleep, too. And when I sleep is going to be once I found all these abysses and done this. Because that'll probably take me a fair amount of time. Enough amount of time. We will find these abysses and do something foolish. As is tradition. Oh. We found another one. Eliphas Abyss. Alright, Eliphas Abyss, what have you for us? If anything. Hopefully you have something. That'd be great. That'd be amazingly convenient. Excellent. Abyss. Graves again? Aww. That's not helpful. Like, aww, we found a repeat. Well, shoot. The search continues. White sea bat. We're not shooting the white sea bat. That is a good way to get immensely in trouble. We'll just do this. Yeah, just go off and about until they're gone. I was hoping we'd get lucky by 2 abysses so close to each other, but alas, they're both graves. It's sad, but we'll deal. Great Light of the Ragged Crow. Ah, Palmerston's Reach. There we go. There should be an abyss near here. Should be. Boom. And if it's not pyres, I'm gonna question their placement of this abyss. No, we'll just go underwater now. None of that dealing with. None of that noise. As we immediately find a boundling that is after us underneath the water. Go figure. Also, seems about right for my luck. On this run. I have been having, wouldn't say the best luck on this run, but figure things out. Dive. Aha, this is pyres. This is number 2 in the order, which means we still need to find scriptures. But we do have Palmerston. Increase mirrors by 20, decreases veils by 10. You know, sure, let's receive a sample of fires. A true sailor can carry them without being burned, it said. Modest challenge. We failed the check. I lost 58 hull. Oh gods. You don your diving gear. You swim out into the abyss. Behind you, your crew's faces are pressed at the portholes. Darkness stretches above and darkness waits below, but where the fires burn glows a region of pale, frantic light. You approach the nearest fissure, reach out. It scalds your hand, hot as a freshly boiled kettle. You grit your teeth, scoop up a handful of flame, and return to your vessel. Your crew are gesturing frantically. The heat of the abyss is beginning to warp the shell hull. You set the fire in a glass tank. The occasion leaps out and plays across your hull. 20 mirrors, 10 veils, lost. If you did that, you have partaken in the rite of hearts. No, we're not going to do that. Alright, now that I've attempted fate with my hole once more. Oh, there's Anth. Hello, Anth. Didn't realize you just be right there. Alright, Duggan's Maw. This is where we're gonna need to go for deal 2. Duggan's Maw. Near Palmerston Pyres. Okay. We just need to find where we're going to begin our journey, which is a place of scriptures. Take a note of a veiled woman. Alright, this one. Listen to what she wants, and that is alright. Do that, go up to the crater, and just talk to the wistful devilish, and take some tea with them. 60 fragments. And now we buy some fuel. Leaves us at 25 fuel. Yeah, we'll just fully suck up. Why not? Well, why not, indeed? Because I might need the money, but yeah. We are literally one step away from beginning our journey. And how our journey will effectively go winds up being... Yeah, Mount Palmerston is number 2. Chunyi Rift is number 4, so unfortunately it doesn't line up, or even Abyss, but it doesn't line up too well. We know Bad Steveners is the number 3 spot, so we'd have to go to there after the fact. We need number 1. So we need to find where Scriptures is. I know I can probably find it somewhere along the lines. I'm just gonna stop in and grab the report because it's literally right here. It's free money, one could say. Free money indeed. I don't know, maybe we'll get something crystallized while we're here. As a souvenir before I embrace the lady in black. Study the chambers. Gather reports. Consider your own condition. It's hearts for a capacity chance, and we've done it. Heard again, succeeded again. Alright, there's our fail. Where to? You can only get so many, actually, at this stage of the board. Spleen. We can now visit Rosina if we so desired. Cultivate the capacity for sharpness. I'll attempt fate twice more. Okay. None of that. And you know what? Take less often and more purely? Yeah, let's do that. Follow exile. Sharpen lone and bone. I can do anything else. Nope. That should be fine for now. Shops. We can sell sapphires here. Maybe this would have been a better place for that. Oh well, too late now. And so we have a little bit of sharpness for our eventual end. Because why not? Why not, indeed? Okay then, hello, Connate. Welcome to the party, Connate. I mean, this is a lot of fragments, at least. We do still need to find abysses, and that's what we're predominantly here for. Also, I need to make sure not to die a horrible death. Because I've tempted fate a little bit. Oh, gods. And then I do something silly like that. Imagine potentially losing a crew just from bonkage. From all the bonk. It'd be awkwardly embarrassing. Let us not do that, in other words. Let us not. There's Wolf. We're just here for all the free fragments. And probably Khan's Shadow. Iron Quarter. Bum, bum, bum. Sorry about that. My throat doesn't seem to be being the most cooperative at the moment. But that's fine. We are at the home stretch of what I want to do to finish this off. As far as to what I have planned, at least. Seabats. Okay, Khan's Shadow is in its normal spot. I was starting to doubt myself. It's like, wait a second. No, it is. It's fine. It is indeed where it normally typically is. Now, I could search for more abysses further that way, but I want to keep kind of closer to this side of the board. Except the task. We're not likely to ever do it for you, but we'll just accept it. Traveler's Friend. Okay. Our search for scriptures continues, for that is what we need to find. And what we will find. I'm glad this is panning out in terms of just sticking around for an actual reasonable for me length stream. Because this works. Also, I guess I found Port Cecile. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yep, Principles of Coral. And it's distinct to boy. Hello, eel. Goodbye, eel. Hello, other eel. The in the way eel. No, actually, let's just book it. Like it. We actually have a decent engine, so we should. It's to say we should be fine. Gather intelligence. Add them some skintilac because we can. And play some chess because we can. Boop. And a shark mate. With enough games, something we'll notice. Developments. I like how, because this is our one run where we happen to have, like, buckets load of pages, these are and I still fail, but these are a lot higher than the other ones I worked with. Oh, getting a bit lower. But a disciplined success. And now they're like, no, 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 no. There is other things waiting for you. No, we'll take a wound. Irons. Offer assistance with the dissolution. We now have the outcast. And thus, even on close to and stuff we have a full crew. Excellent. I do have port. Yes, I do. Excellent. How's it? Just proceed to looking for rifts for the abyss. For we want to find the abyss. And we want a scripture's abyss at that. Where that might be, well, that is what we are looking for. Relatively blindly at that. It's like, I have my general gauges on how things go for the islands, but the rifts are definitely, I'm not as experienced with. Pirate frigate, hello. God, it's already seen us. Fine, fine, fine. Let's just get rid of it as quickly as possible. Also, salt lions. We found salt lions. It's still alive. Okay, it is no longer alive. Excellent. 2 supplies, 2 fuel, and prisoner's honey. Okay, then. Alright, let's head up to the salt lions, because we found it. Like I said, it feels so weird to have this small little ship. I mean, we're working with it, but it still feels very, very weird. Wow, Saltland's right next door to Port Cecile. That certainly helps with doing this. Report, and then the salt lions. A minor piece. Then we can lose some of our terror that we've been building up. And then, you know what, we can head back to Port Cecile and turn that in, and, well... and, well, be able to get some extra money to help us support along, because I'm gonna have to repair anyways. And more supplies and all that jazz, so yeah. We shall do it as such. And I will like it. Let's see here. To tempt more, we could get more, but we don't exactly have the room to afford to be able to, like, try to double up on even more Skintalak, so I'm going to not start a fight with the eel, even if it's chilling in the way like the jerk moray it is. I'll just accept the initial 7. To explore for more Skintalak rising. Nope, nope, nope. Resist, resist. In light of this, we're probably heading back to London and seeing if we run into anything en route, just while we're at it. The hold currently has that. Extra move. Setting up. Wakeful Idol, Monster's Teeth, Archshot Silver, Little Flint, Fluke Claw. So, the usual. explorer. That has us at full capacity. So, as much as I'm tempted, let us... I am tempted. Too tempted. Yeet! 1 for 7. Already punishing me. That's alright. That's alright. Go through here, and let us head back to London. And maybe find our abyss that we're looking for on our way back. Keep our eyes open. Keep our eyes open and on the prize. The prize of unceremoniously ending ourselves. Sure. Sure. Whatever. We'll deal with it. We will deal with it. Also try not to lose more hull because we are in a dangerous spot on our hull. That I'd be tempted to explore, but I know by that symbol that's a vortex. Or is it? I'll check. I just realized it's like, ooh, maybe... Introduce some of our terror a little bit at the salt lines first. Hello, Zeoport. Coming in for landing. Away from the Jilly floor over there. We'll take the slightly longer route. This is the route, after all, where there might be the pirate poets, so it works. Alright, well, glad I reconsidered. This is indeed an abyss. Is the right one? We're about to find out. Wilbert's abyss. Hello, Wilbert. Dun, 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 dun. An abyss. So this is Wilbert's abyss, and it is deeper. Here we go. This is what we need. Is near salt lines, just as a sort of record, but not that we're going to be going back here, because this is the Abyss of Scriptures. This is what we need. The Abyss of Scriptures. Your submarine's lights illuminate bas reliefs carved into the walls of the chasm. They depict men and women rowing from a sunless city, then, far at sea, scuppering their ships. Symbols etched into the walls flicker with fire. Let us dive deeper. There is something even further down in the darkness. Chancy deal, but we succeeded. That was the risky one. We will be heading back to London first. We're not going to immediately head back up to the Pirates one because the hull damage. I'm worried about getting stuck with going super slow again. Deeper still. Your helmsman's response is unjustifiably foul-mouthed, but she assents. The submarine's pinprick of light shines onto a cliff's side, illuminating only a spot of a vast inverted cathedral, a fathomless church. Perform the ritual of greeting. The church's niches all possess the same decoration, statues of men and women standing before a door, bells in their hands. Follow their example. You don your diving gear. You swim into the nave. Your bubbles float upwards towards the tilted floor. Though the mosaic is entirely black, there is form in its formlessness. At the end of the aisle is an archway. Inside, a kelp rope floats upwards from a deep chasm. When it drifts within reach, you snatch it and pull. A great weight moves at the other end. You pull again. It rings out. Once, twice, thrice. The waters stir. A strong current throws you into the nave and carries you back out the mouth of the church. You made yourself known. Ascend. With every yard climbed, the possibility of meeting an untimely death declines. And depart, for we have our first abyss. And we know where all the rest are. So we will be going to the rest in due course. First things first, we head back to London, fully repair, and then I will be fully confident in going. Which I know that does mean we are effectively going to be going London, all the way up to here, all the way back to London, and then up to Shonyi Rift. A little bit back and forth, but that's how we've found things. Gillifloor, I swear to all that is fathomless and sunless about this sea. Do not tempt me. Do not tempt me. Alright, we are on the home stretch. Effectively, the home stretch of not only this spontaneous captain ending I decided to do, but of both Sunless Sea and the stream. But there'll still be some time bouncing back and forth. There'll be a bit of that. There's no getting around of that fact. We have some travel time involved. No landlubber would notice the change, but you feel the air prickle on your skin. Somewhere new. The siren's call of adventure. And these are just regular old islands. Yep, they are. Alright, fair enough. We shall limp into London, sell and restock up on things, repair, and then we'll be fully settled to finish it. And finish things off. Me speedrunning the demise of my captain. I mean, okay, there are quicker ways to speedrun that. There are quicker ways. But this in a productive manner of that accord. We'll also try to reduce our terror as much as possible. That shouldn't be a big deal with a mansion. Oh, that's Stevener's Abyss. We'll be back for you. We will be back for you. Turn in our recent news. And onwards we go. Into London, back to here, back to London, and then back up to there. For that is how we have found our abysses. It's alright. We can live with it. I have to live with it. I think I got a more convenient setup on the initial run I blundered in on things, but, well, that I think I already had a gauge of where all the different abysses were and just was popping around between them. Yeah, let them do your worst, don't worry. It's fine. We won't be much of us doing things left. Do not have many things in general, of course. Favors increasing, but we'll at least get rid of our more expensive, outlandish artifacts. And then, want my way to see? Yeah, sure. For completionist's sake. Recent news, lost some more terror. Heal wounds and give you 3 restful nights. 100 echoes to do it? Sure. In our inherited mansion, wounds gone, echoes gone, terror reduced by 20. Let's see here. We do have, like, a will. We have a scion. We have... You have our will, right? Just want to make sure. Maybe it's, Oh, right, it's here. Ironclad will. Carry that along. You know, just in case I want to do things on my own after the fact, not stream-wise. But I have effectively already shown... Well, shown a lot of what's in store for that. You know what? On this character... That night, in Wolf's Stack, you find yourself sharing a table with someone whose name you do not afterwards recall. Your only love is the Z. You'll take comfort where you find it, but that's all it is. A relaxing evening. Together, you exercise the chill of the neath. When you wake, you're alone, but that's how you've always preferred it. Okay. New recruit. I mean, who do we want to take into the drink with us? Or can we just... Or we'll just spare them from going into the drink with us. That's probably a better plan. It's fine. We already have our Abyss crew. Alright, let's go to shops. Sell all this skintellect just to give us some supply money. Here, hold. Ah, honey. I'm gonna still have a soothing little cooper box, but I don't think I can just sell that one anywhere. And we never found Station 3, so it's just gonna go with us. It'll just go with us. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Alright, wait. Might as well the port reports. Oh, right, that gives us heal. Oh, well. Yeet. I forgot about that. That I was being a fool in terms of my fuel. How many of these port reports do I have? I know this is not efficient in size bit, but I just want to get rid of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so shops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have done this first. I forgot I had a bunch of port reports. I was like, oh yeah, I should get rid of these for the monetary and to repair my ship. Forgetting that, well, I'd already filled up my inventory a bit. Alright, then London. Your ship in dry dock. Since we're not going to be utilizing these favors, we'll just go to the Admiralty Balls. All shall be well, and all manner thing shall be well. Very quickly. Hole is back. Let us go. And all the way up to there. It's fine. It is fine. It's just a journey we have to take. There's my remaining juice. I will swoop into there, reduce our... Just cash that in. Actually, no, I should save it when I'm on my way back. Because I'm gonna have to go to here anyways. Yep, okay, that works better. That works. Is that our relative path? Sort of. That's probably a better one. Just weave through here and go on the diagonal. Okay. That will do. And we shall do so. Alright, that is about right. So I appreciate all y'all for just my impromptu adventure in this Accord. It was not planned. It was not the way I intended to go about and end this stream, but it's what ended up being, and I appreciate folks going along with it and sticking around and so forth, and to the people who stopped by as well in the meantime. Always great to see new faces and new folks, and old folks and familiar faces. It's nice on all those fronts. And Sunless Sea is always a ride, and it will be kind of sad ending it, but we will be going, as I said, we will be progressing forward, and we will be effectively picking up the series still. And finally, it winds up being the same weekend when I finish 2 games and immediately effectively hop into their respective sequels. So, what do you know on that Accord? How things just happen to line up. Oh, Pigmo Isle, I'm just gonna pass by you and pretend I did not just find you. Crab. Crab. I'm busy here, Crab. Yeah, that's right, you fall short. Not want to go into that maelstrom. That will get us stuck and cause us damage. We don't want either of that. We do not want either of that in the slightest bit. Nope, nope, and nope. Hey, is that our send-off? Lick a Monkey Crag? Not sure I want that as my send-off. Once again, do not lick monkeys. Licking monkeys is a bad idea. A horrible idea. A silly idea. Do not, indeed, lick the monkeys. Especially in Sunless Sea. Definitely do not lick these monkeys. Wouldn't advise licking monkeys in general anyways, but especially not these. Monkeys in Sunless Sea are nasty, nasty things. So I notice there's a storm going on. I'm afraid that's gonna slow me. Because I don't have enough distance to travel as is, let's have a snowstorm slow me down as well. I'm sticking close to the Khanate at the moment. Before I do this... Alright, let's submerge now. Let's just start this course of action. Boom, 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 boom. What's there? Something nasty? Bunch of thorns, that's for sure. Fluke spines. Alright, we never did that. Oh well, that's fine. There's a wrecked ship. It's fine, we have a goal already in mind. And we are not gonna stop that goal. Or anything. Although this current is certainly gonna be awkward. Come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. Just have to wedge our way through there, of all things. Alright, an abyss. The abyss of pyres. Pale fire bubbles from fissures in the walls, refracted by willful currents into hypnotic cascades of light that shiver across the interior of your vessel. Saint Brendan's fire, a sailor gasps, the navigator's blessing. Dive deeper. Nope, we lost 10 hull. I feel justified in repairing now. I put us dangerously close to halfway, and then anything could have nicked us off, and then taken off our crew, and then we'd be sloths. Your helmsman obeys the order silently, driving the vessel even deeper down. Soon, the submarine creaks against the pressure. The weight of the sea is crushing, and though your shell can hold it, it suffers. Your submarine's pinprick of light shines onto a cliffside, illuminating only a spot of a vast, inverted cathedral, a fathomless church. Good luck. Good luck indeed. Perform the ritual of hearts. The church's tympanum depicts pilgrims passing through open doors and into fire. Their expressions are ambiguous. Are they suffering or exulting? Kilns line the floor above you, all bricked up, but at the end of the nave, violent fire playfully licks out of a kiln. The firing chamber is just large enough to accommodate you. It is blisteringly hot. Nevertheless, you commend yourself to the fires. Your suit preserves your flesh from burning, but the flames search for a way in. They press against your helmet's glass, blinding you. They seep through, searing you. They dance across your face and spread. As the last part of you is engulfed, the flame dies. The kiln goes dark. You swim to your submarine. The sea is not as cold as it was. Are you still what you were? You have purified yourself. She waits in the darkness. We ascend and we depart. Number 2 done. Let us head off to number 3, which we know is right in front of London. Just right in front of it. Yeah. Forward. We just want to stock up on fuel while we're here. We had exactly 10 slots. How fitting. We'll restock up on supplies and whatever little bits of fuel we have once we're back in London. Because we'll stop by London one final time to say our farewells. We do want to Chongqing Rift. I'm gonna go through the darkness just on the sheer off chance we can find another abyss. That means we don't have to trek all the way to London. I'm not counting my luck on that, but we will look. And oh gods, there's a ship of hell. You see nothing. What did I just say? You see nothing. Nothing at all. Please stop pacing me despite you seeing nothing. I think they still have a feeling. Yes, they do. Keep going, little ship, keep going. It's fine. We're almost there. Turn on our lights. We're committed enough to have this scene follow us anyways. So, sure. Like I said, we're still looking to see if there's effectively another abyss that we can potentially take advantage of, but I don't think we'll be that lucky. It's just the Ragged Crow again. Which, I was gonna say, which for some weird reason we didn't already have on our map. No clue why. That Fosstick ship is just so off course on where it should be. All because they followed me all the way here, the fools. They're very much not in where they usually tread. Good times, good times. Dun, 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 dun. I'll miss Sunless Sea, but at least I'll miss streaming it, but things must go on. Things must go on indeed. Bound shark in the labyrinth of eels. Oh, eels? You, shark, you do not seem like an eel to me. I'm taking a slightly roundabout way just to see if there's any other abysses, but our luck doesn't seem to be working in that favor. And thus we are already halfway back to London. So we'll probably wind up utilizing that Stevener's... what was it? Abyss? Yeah, that Stevener's Abyss. I have it like that. Yeah, we'll probably wind up having to rely on it anyways, but that's fine. Bonnie Reefs. Once again, I'm desperately trying not to press F as much as I want to. Like, no, no. Do not do so. Yep, we are definitely committed to Bad Stevener's Abyss by this point. Oh well, oh well. Oh well. Stop by the lightship, we'll stop by London, we'll dive ourselves into the abyss, and then we will finish this off at Shunyi Rift. Because that's a closer one. Like, technically we know, Elephas Abyss would work as well, but that's further. Why would we go the extra miles? We don't, is the answer. So I guess we're just gonna drive by this steam pinnacle really quickly. Sorry. Not sorry. No, Bail Parabol Lightning to just sell off. Okay. Sure. Like how we're never gonna deliver this person's deal anyways. The Lorn Fluke. There's Hunter's Keep. We want to go further south. Down to that lightship, huh? Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, Hunter's Keep. I'm gonna have you stay preserved as well this time. Because we don't want anything horrible to happen. As we know will happen. As it can be. This really is an end of a deal, because Sunless Sea has been one of my is my oldest running stream at the moment. So It'll be interesting parting ways from it. But new adventures await us in the high wilderness. And I am excited for that. I very much feel like I've effectively gotten as much mileage out of Sunless Sea as I can. And I don't want to overstay its welcome. I am a variety streamer after all. I can't help myself but just setting off on new games, new adventures. And new adventures indeed awaits us. Wait. One other thing I wanted to do. There we go. We'll give that to the fine folks of the lightship before we dismiss ourselves. Alright, Bad Stevener's Abyss. Let's go down into your depths. Oh god, there's a cart right here. Ah! Ah! It's the silliest placement for a current I've ever seen. Okay, we're free. An abyss, we dive. The walls of the chasm are as abundant as a garden. Rippling lawns of Posidonia, copses of shadowed kelp, garlands of coral, pulsating with tubular sponges, and here a vine bearing melon-sized nodules, the color and shape of pomegranates. Dive deeper. That's what I want, right? Yes it is. Deeper still. Alright, we succeed on that one. Perform the ritual of feasting. A fresco adorns the church's frontage. Burned pilgrims supplicate themselves before a woman's upturned hands. Oysters grow in her palms. Will you enter the church in search of communion? At the end of the upturned nave, gigantic stone feet are firmly planted on the floor above you. You swim down towards the ceiling, following the legs until you come to a pair of cupped hands. Growing out of the feminine palms is an oyster of preposterous enormity. It opens at your touch. You enter, it closes around you, and drains of water, allowing you to remove your diving helmet. Not that there's a reason to continue wearing it. Your air hose is severed. The oyster is heavy with gray, slimy meat. Its flesh is succulent. Juice sprays with each bite. When you finish, you tie off your air hose and don your helmet. You take a deep breath and swim back to your submarine. You have satisfied yourself. Let us ascend, and let us depart. The final leg of our journey. The final leg of our journey. We head for Shunyi Rift. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Hopefully. Hopefully. Ding. Something awaits for us in a port, but we will not be answering. From there, we need, just effectively on this trajectory. Don't want to go that trajectory again. That was our Mount Palmerston trajectory. We want to head along here. along this route. And from which there we shall finish things up. Finish Sunless Sea up. We have in very quick succession just done two very, very different endings. I say quick succession, but it's actually been a bit since I started this one. Just moving around as is. Been a bit of a slower task. But it's fine. It's fine. It is, after all, the journey is just as fun as the destination. Although I am excited to see the destination, without a doubt. Our journey here, our journey of noteworthy here, I still stand by. It seems to be our... well, was towards the beginning of our run when the game decided to throw all the Lifebergs and Mount Nomad at us. That was, unfortunate, but we have survived it. And admittedly, it was kind of hilarious. Just suddenly, I realized they were all out to kill me, and oh god, I fled. A sign number like 1,000,000 that I'm clearly tired. It's fine. It is fine. We are almost there. Almost there. You know what? Sure. One last pirate poet for the road. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am. Seem a bit stuck at the moment. Let me help you here. I know you're helping yourself just fine, but too bad. Quick, over here. We shall rescue them on our own, and oh look, some wine. And 400 echoes. Sure, that works. Some wine and 400 echoes for the road. Speaking for the road, let us submerge. And take the last of this approach on the surface, on the Z's floor. As we approach up to the rift. You'll note, interesting note here with the Bonnie reefs, you'll note all the fluke spines and such. And then that's when you realize that's probably why it looks very familiar to the principals. As very much similar origins. Might as well just check what's here. It is a ship. A wreck ship. Joke's on you, wreck ship. We having none of that. We're at Shonyi Rift. We shall dive. The Abyss of Graves. Shelves have been cut into the rock walls. Some are large enough to hold ancient waterlogged ships, crushed with long-dead barnacles. Others are smaller, holding pairs of clay coffins and a smattering of grave goods, jugs and bowls. Dive deeper. Nope, we got one final failure for our efforts. That's fine. Perform the ritual of solace. A procession of statues lines the Z floor, facing away from the church. They carry coffins on their shoulders. Their march ends at a precipice, descending into a further abyss. Let's go. Retrieving a clay coffin from a wall niche and bring it on board, you lie within. Your sailors bore a hole for your air hose, feed it through, then lower the lid into place. The last thing you hear is them muttering about abyssal heathenry. The coffin is maneuvered out into the deeps, affixed to a winch and lowered into the chasm. At 7 minutes, the darkness stirs. At 14 minutes, all sound ceases, even your breath, even your heart. At 21 minutes, there is a sudden bang. Another. Something is knocking on your coffin's lid. They wrench it free. She is here. Elemental. The waters flow gently around you, alive, curious, adoring. Reach out. There is something in the darkness. No, there is someone in the darkness. Her ladyship. Your hand disturbs the hem of a black dress. You look up, a pale face. Her features seem washed away, as fluid as her gown of ink. I cannot remember how long it has been since I had a companion. Her voice quavers. Her arms reach out around you, far longer than they have any right to be. You are face to face with her ladyship. Last time, we tugged our line and ascended. Only sailors can claim to escape Lady Black indeed. However, enter her embrace. She will be alone no longer. This will end your game, but future captains will receive a bonus. Encompassing, the folds of her dress drape about you. They are snug and familiar as your bedsheets. Sleep takes you. You awake. You are home in your lodgings. There is a crack in the ceiling you know so well. And the chip on the bedpost. The covers float lazily off you. The darkness is abysmal, but your candles glow with St. Brendan's fire. You swim to your window. London streets are empty, and not as you remember them. Your favorite haunts are joined in a row, all within convenient walking distance. Silent, deserted, reserved only for you. Beyond them are houses centuries older, all abandoned. A playful current tugs at you. A familiar voice. You open your window and allow the current to carry you to Lady Black's colonnaded palace. Perhaps today her ladyship will desire conversation, or a swim through her glowing gardens. And perhaps, you shudder, she has decided to resume the violin. Or perhaps she merely wants to sit at her watery hearth in companionable silence. What would she do without you? Your crew was plagued with strange dreams after you vanished forever into the sea. The record of these dreams were collated into a single volume. The Ministry of Public Decency burned most of them. Most. You now have one of this, an adumbration of her heart. The account a certain submarine crew's dreams, after their captain was allegedly taken by Lady Black. Choose a legacy to preserve something of your next captain. Oh! That's an interesting touch. If you'll note, this isn't considered a death like going through Avid Horizon. Or, well, death, quote unquote. This is considered a joyous conclusion. This is considered a joyous conclusion. Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. What would she do without you? Indeed. And here's that. Increase your pages by another +10. There's 3 we haven't done. Anarchist, Rise High and Go East, and While Forgotten, Find One Who Is Forgotten. I don't know what any of those are about. Well, I know what a couple of them are about. I don't know what that one's about, I mean. But that is that. That, ladies and gentlemen and other folks, was Sunless Sea. Sunless Sea has been a wonderful ride. I've obviously played the game before, but playing it through again and playing through stuff that I've never done before, effectively going through everything I could in the manner I wanted to, was a wonderful treat, and I'm wonderfully glad to have been able to show it off, to enjoy, to just continue and show what is a very fun game for me, and a very chill game, and a wonderful, wonderful time in general. And I hoped all y'all enjoyed this just as much as I did. What's next? Well, what's next for the Sunday slot will continue to be Sunless Sunday, but instead of sea, as I've said before, it will be Skies. Sunless Skies will be our next game into the rotation, our continuation of sorts from good old Araneth Amaria, who decided to go through the avid horizon. What lies in the high wilderness? We will find out. And we will find out indeed. While I have played through a chunk of the game and completed an ambition in that when I first picked up Sunless Skies, there is a lot of that game that I didn't play. So, I am far less familiar with Sunless Skies, and there's a lot more stuff that I haven't done in it. But that'll make it all the more exciting. While it won't be a completely fresh or blind playthrough, it'll still be a journey that I do not know all the twists and turns to. But we will find out next Sunday. Until then, next stream is going to be this Tuesday, where I will be continuing, finally, Final Fantasy X HD Remaster, where we will, I swear, get past the roadblock that is the Mountain Seymour fight. And hope we can flip Seymour the birds, because he deserves a double birds in that regard, and hopefully not have to deal much with his nihilistic bullshit ways for too much. To beat him into the fucking ground. So, that'll be Tuesday. Thursday will be more Troubleshooter Abandoned Children. Always a good time, that game. I spend way too long streaming it, session-wise, but who cares? I'm enjoying myself. Then after that is Saturday, where we will be playing Doom Eternal for the first time. A fresh playthrough of that, right on the heels of me finishing off Doom 2016. It'll be a treat. A wild treat. And then, as I've said, we wrap back around to Sunday, where we will continue our Sunless Sundays, only in the form of Sunless Skies. And whether I see you at next stream on Tuesday, or the next Sunless stream on next Sunday, or whenever I next see you, I hope y'all have a good evening, a good morning, a good whatever time it may be. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time until I next see you. And may you continue to spread good kindness and joy wherever you go. For it goes a long way in everybody's lives, just to reach out with a little bit of kindness. And until then, may all shall be well, and all a manner of thing shall be well. Take care, y'all, and I'll see you next time. So long.